I wouldn't necessarily say that. I would say that you have to find some way to get your money right. But once you get your money right, you can do whatever you want. And doing what you want as you're getting your money right is the ideal scenario. Like, you just don't have to ever stop doing what you're doing, and you can just build your fortune doing it. That's ideal, but very few people can say they can do that. Even if you run your own business, it's not even necessarily true. That's like the category of like professional athlete, you know? Like, they're set for life, but they're not thinking about the money. That's why so many of them go broke. Thanks, man. Yeah, once you hit that wall, like, if you just keep switching games, like, you're just never gonna get better at any of them. Son of a bitch, man. Oh, I missed the one frame for the third day in a row. Let's just play a different game, guys. And then he just magically got a 40 the next day he played. Just like magic. Let's play Incredibles. It'll make me better at doing one frames. Like, I can't get into that mindset. If you're just doing it for enjoyment, though, I get it, though. What's up? Yeah, I have games I play for fun, too. It's just that as the years go on, I just spend less and less time playing them. I just become more and more competitive every year that I play the game. It takes like way less time for me to be like over whatever run that I get, and I'm ready to get the next one. Setting the sights higher on more difficult achievements to get in the game. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I used to like have these like big celebrations, but I feel like it's not going to be worth celebrating until we actually get the real goal. Even though like 40 is obviously a huge milestone for the game, like it's an even bigger milestone than 41. It still doesn't feel like it's like, it feels like it's more of a step toward the next milestone because of how close 39 is. That said, I still want to get it as soon as possible. Thanks, man. Glove World. You mean Goo Lagoon? No.
of underwear. This is great.
Yeah, I just live under the philosophy that like there's always something you can do better. It can always be better. With art, you sometimes have to know when to cut it off, though.
Downtown.
But with speedrunning, it's just like all bets are off, really.
Number 1 on the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you. You've just met the Sponginator.
I have not gotten past SBA.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
I got lucky. You gotta start in second gear. The human element.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt.
I'm just off today. Yeah, my philosophy is like just get the job done. You know, sometimes I have like more than one job like simultaneously going. Like right now, I like trading cards. Like I'm gonna have to like not go overtime today because I got that to work on and so forth. But ultimately, the main goal is, you know, improving in this right now. How's it going, man? A month. I have to be clear though that like
Congratulations.
the Ouija
You won.
thing is referencing something that somebody in this chat said. It has nothing to do with him as a person or a runner. Just somebody in the chat was just being stupid and talking about him.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you.
Sorry, I can't. I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to my viewers. Because I want people to understand that. Thank you, Looney, for the gift. Didn't work. Can we stop making stupid mistakes, please?
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can hear you! Aye, aye, Captain! Well...
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time! They'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. How?
I hate this. Just like messing that up one time just does so much fucking damage, man. And now this run is just bad, and it's going to stay bad for the next like 20 minutes minimum, if we even make it that far.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
No, this one's fine. I have a lot of controllers stocked up as well. If I needed one, I would use it. Yeah, I've been just playing like shit the past couple of days. I don't know what my problem is. I'm trying to figure out what to do, like a solid game plan.
Downtown.
Like, I know that I have enough time in this run that can result with a 39 if I literally had like a perfect run,
3
but
years running. Thank you.
I'm struggling to like get 40 paces, which is really alarming.
You just met the Sponginator.
Can you please hurry up? Are you fucking kidding me, man?
Sometimes pushing
Well, this run is horrible.
satisfying. Push, 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 push.
No, those, I mean, as far as the platformers go, yeah, I agree with that. I think that the 3 best 3D platformers are this Shaken movie, but they are not the 3 best SpongeBob games, no. If you're only counting platformers, then yeah, that's pretty much accurate. The majority of SpongeBob games aren't platformers, though.
Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you. Ow! I feel like a new sponge.
Yeah, it was good.
Are
It was
you
good.
ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Underrated.
Well. Yeah. I make myself a snack.
I played a lot of them last year as part of an incentive for a subathon. In my opinion, the best 3 games are this, the party game, Lights, Camera, Pants, and the point-and-click adventure, Employee of the Month.
They'll
Go.
Those are the top 3. After that, you could probably say it's like the drawing game, Squiggle Pants, like with the U draw. Then you could probably make a case for Cosmic Shake as number 5, or like number... Cosmic Shake goes anywhere between like 4 and 6, in my opinion. Anything in that range is fine for that. It just gets iffy. Like after the top 3, it's like not entirely clear. The point-and-click version of Lights, Camera, Pants is probably in the top 5 or 6 as well.
jellyfish today. I'm going fishing.
Super Sponge is probably like at the bottom of those, like 6th or 7th, something like that. Like it's a tier list, you know. But I think that the top 3 are like clearly like they're all in separate tiers, and then below that is like your high tier, which or like mid tier or whatever. Which is gonna be, you know, Super Sponge, the U draw game. Cosmic. I think that Movie is a top 10 game, but it's not a top 5 game. There are too many better games than Movie to consider that game a top 5 SpongeBob game. But yeah, Employee of the Month is a good one. It's actually an entertaining game. It's fun. The art's nice, you know, it's aged pretty well.
That was a ton of fun.
The sound design's really good too. It's just a nice game. It's just a nice game to play. The environments are fun to explore. You know, it's just a solid fucking game. Very solid.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear.
I didn't expect to like it. I thought we were gonna be like making fun of it. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Cosmic Shake is, I think it's fair to say it's a top 5. I think that's fair. Because after 3, it gets difficult.
Downtown.
Cosmic is the lowest, like 6. Like 6 is the lowest I'd put Cosmic Shake. No lower than 6.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you.
And like Super Sponge would be 7th. Movie would probably be 8th.
You just met the Sponginator. Sometimes pushing a single button is the most satisfying.
Another
Push,
terrible
push,
start.
push.
Yeah, Lights, Camera, Pants is much better with friends if you have friends to play with. But it still gives you a really good SpongeBob experience though. Like it definitely does like arguably the best job at representing the show. I mean, it has like basically every voice actor from all the main and side characters in it, except for Mermaid Man, which his voice actor is doing a good job. So even though it's not the original Mermaid Man, it's still good. Like, you don't, like, miss the original. He's still funny, he still holds his own. This is wild, dude, how fucking bad I am right now, man. What did I do wrong? Am I not practicing? Like, what the fuck is wrong with me, man? It's really fucking annoying and tiring.
SpongeBob, go SpongeBob, go SpongeBob. Ow!
It's just like, I don't know when I'm gonna miss it, and I just fucking hate myself. I don't know what to do, man.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
Are you ready?
If you didn't have to play, if you didn't have to replay the levels, it'd only be an hour-long game. Like, there's just no content in it. You know?
Well. Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
The game is really, really short. Like, really short. I mean, like, the first half of the game, the levels are just like
Go.
one world, and then every world is like one level, and then like Shell City, Dead Ahead, and on. Which those are only 2 levels, I think. Like, there are only 2 overworld levels that actually have like 2 sections to them. It's just Shell City and Planktopolis, and that's it. Like, the whole end of the game is just like go back and do more tokens, you know. Which I don't think that's a huge problem, but like a lot of them are very repetitive.
Jellyfish today, I'm going fishing for robots.
Like, the same types of challenges are pretty much used for everything. And a lot of them don't even feel fair. Or they just feel lazy, like the combat challenges. I don't know, like outside of speedrunning, like these games, like mechanics are not really like super interesting for casual play. They're fun to control, but is it good enough to like have all these like breakaway levels where you roll as a SpongeBob? Probably not. Like, it's not Super Monkey Ball. The level design, atmosphere, dialogue, you know, like all those things are just not present in movie. And that's the reason why Rehydrated could still succeed even though the mechanics were just messed up. Because those 3 main things were still present. But the mechanics are just a nice added bonus of polish that makes it fun to replay. That's the main thing. Regardless of what you think of the movie game, it's really not replayable. There's very little replay value to that game. Because you pretty much see everything, like your first time going, like you see all the unique areas, and you're still like scraping the bottom of the barrel to even beat it because you gotta redo so many challenges. There's nothing else to see. Like, if you're only getting 75 spatulas to win in this game, you still got a good, like, maybe even like 20 more that you just haven't even experienced yet, or like entire areas that you haven't even gone in. I'm saying that because of like the socks that you collect and like the crab spatulas. Like, you can avoid a lot of areas in this game and still have more to explore. Like, change your playthrough the next time that you play it. Because the socks also impact how many spatulas you end with as well. That's one of the things that hurts Cosmic as well, because the coins don't actually progress you. The game would be a lot more replayable if the coins or the costumes actually like did something. Like, imagine if the costumes had like special properties and like you can like replay the game with different abilities and stuff. Like, that would just bump it up like crazy. The game would have so much more replay value if like the Quickster like gave you more speed. Like, the better costumes are just, they just like make the game more like, imagine how cool the speedrun would be too, like if you just had all these different costumes and you're combining their abilities and stuff.
That was a ton of fun.
I mean, it's just a platformer, so like how bad could it have possibly been if like I don't know, like the jellyfishing SpongeBob can like shoot like a jellyfish instead of the bubble that like captures things, and like the jellyfish like stings everything in the area or something like that. Like, it's just a kid's game, like it could just be fun, you know? Just like little things to make the costumes worth collecting.
Now I can wear 4 pairs.
Doesn't have to be anything crazy.
Great.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter if it throws off the balancing, because the game's already dirt easy, you know? Or like costumes to make the game harder. Like the SpongeBob with the skull like only has like 1 life or something like that.
3 years running.
And then if you replay the game, you have to keep your costumes, and then like you can just like do a playthrough with the skull costume. Just to make it more fun. Like allowing players to like buff and nerf themselves on their second playthrough. Because the first time you play, you unlock the costumes, then the second time you play, you can just like keep the costumes if you want to. And I don't think that these things even require that much effort to implement, like just like adjusting a health bar and like making the jellyfish is already an asset they have, you know, like stuff like that. Just making it fun, just reusing assets to make the game more fun. Because after all, it is just a platformer. Like, if it throws off the balancing, it's not a huge deal. If they did that, it probably would have bumped up to like at least a 7 for me. Like, it'd actually be a good game. I keep doing that by accident. It'd actually be good. Yeah, like an NG Plus mode where you keep your costumes. And that would fix the problem with the jelly as well.
What?
Like, you really only need to change like a few things in the game. Like, make the jelly, like, have different types of jelly, like different shapes and colors to make it more fun. And then make the costumes actually have like little effects that like change the way that you play the game. Enough so that it's like fun, like, and replayable. Those 2 changes bump it up like 2 points.
Number 1 in the bikini.
You really don't have to change that much. The worlds are like relatively large. They're not really that small.
Here's another one. Cowabunga!
Yeah, exactly. Like adding the skulls to your playthrough so like you can just like challenge yourself. Precisely.
Number one on the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt.
That's so fucked
3
up,
years running.
dude.
Thank you. Cha-ching!
Why am I not focused today? I just don't know why I'm not focused. I think I just didn't. I think I just had too much fruit yesterday or something like that. Like not enough protein. I don't know. It's almost been a couple of weeks since I PB'd. These runs are just so bad. Yeah, that's cool. Like they actually like made it more replayable. I like that. A lot of remakes do the opposite and they remove features. Unintentionally sometimes as well. Just play like that forever, man. See how far it gets you. Really just fucking sad, man. Sad. Why are we still doing this? Why? It's not difficult. Please stop. It's really not fucking hard, man. Just keep doing it. Just keep doing it. Yep. Yep, exactly, man. Because you fucking have no idea what you're doing. Somehow still don't know how to do this even though you practice it every single fucking day. I'm still doing that. Still missing the fucking spike. Still missing it. Still can't get it. It's been 3 years. You've been doing this for 3 years. How? How are you still doing this after 3 years? It hasn't gotten harder, okay? It's the exact same thing. It should not be harder. It should be easier because you've been practicing it for 3 years. It's unbelievable. I can just come on here and just get worse at the game. It's even worse than it was yesterday. I didn't think we could have a worse day than yesterday, but here we are. Just get worse every day. Yep, there you go, messing it up again. It's okay, man. Just take forever. Just never improve at the game. Give me 1 second. I'm just taking a break because I wasn't getting anywhere.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well. Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time. They'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. You've just met the Sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is satisfying. Push, 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 push. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
Hey.
the
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow!
It's just how it worked out. It's always kind of been that way. Worked around my schedule when I was younger, and it just kind of stayed that way. I also think that like late night Twitch is kind of just more suited for this kind of stuff, like just quiet time.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I don't know. It's all the same to me, but my viewers like these times, so stick with it.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. You've just met the Sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is most satisfying. Push, 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 push. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
What?
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger.
There's another one. Take that. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Cha-ching!
Thi-
What's up? Playing like fucking shit today, man.
With sleep.
Ow! 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 Ow!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow!
I don't want to talk about it. How you doing, man?
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime. Ow!
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 3 years running. Thank you.
You just met the Sponginator.
Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, push, push. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you. Ouch!
Yeah. Yo, Kwame, thanks for the 38 months, man.
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go!
Hey.
I need to get my shit together, man.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow! That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime. Ow!
Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can't hear you!
well,
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time! Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow! Ow!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yep. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
So,
well,
Yep. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
yeah, I guess so.
they'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow! You just met the Sponginator. Take that! Ow! Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
Is this it? Like, is this all we're doing today?
Number 1 in the
This
Bikini
is all we're
Bottom
doing?
scavenger hunt, 3 years running.
Just this? That's it?
Ow!
Yeah.
Ow! Ow!
Sounds like fun, man.
Welcome.
Yeah, Gary.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Nice. Have fun.
Well,
And thanks for the good luck.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Yeah.
they'll
Go.
Hey, Pat.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow! Ow! What? That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime. Ow!
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. You just met the Sponginator. scavenger hunt 3 years running. Thank you. Ouch!
It's always the bad runs. Every time. It's always the bad ones.
What's up?
Number 1 in the
Is there something like whenever the thing blows up, like you just think you have to unpause it? Like, why do you keep doing that? You did the exact same thing yesterday. I just don't get it.
Are you ready, kids?
Focus on the fucking trick, man.
I can't hear you.
Well,
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
Hey, we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow! 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 Ouch! Ow! Ow! Ouch! Ow! 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 Ouch! Ow! Ow! Ouch! Ow! Ouch! Ow! Ouch! Ow! Ow! Ouch! Ow! Ow!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well,
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
Hey,
Another dropped input. Guess I'll just take those 2 seconds.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow!
You know what, man? Just keep playing like that. See if I care.
Are you ready, kids?
I'm not gonna fucking get mad at this game today. It's not worth it anymore. Like, no matter what I do, I can't play anyway. What difference does it make? We're stuck in the beginning no matter what.
I'd make myself a snack.
Like, caring is going to actually change the fact that we are just stuck forever. I'm just so tired of it, man. Like, what can I do? What can I do but sit here and complain while the one frames don't work? Just practice them. Just do it 10 times in a row before doing your run, just to mess it up 5 minutes in. Yep, that'll work. Just believe in yourself, man. Just believe in yourself and they'll magically work. Yep. Or maybe today they just don't want to work, and tomorrow maybe they'll magically work. Maybe tomorrow they'll just magically work again. I don't know. I don't care. There's nothing I can do about it. I'll just sit here for 3 more hours and hope that it fucking works at some point. And then maybe I get to play the game. Who knows? I don't know. And I don't care anymore. What am I supposed to do, man? What's the solution for this? There's literally nothing I can fucking do. You practice them, you still don't get them. You focus on them, you still don't get them. There's no praying that they're just gonna fucking work. They're just not gonna work today, and that's it. Just fucking waste the next few hours, and then we'll just go to bed. Oh, cool. One of them worked. Now, if 4 more after that work, then maybe we get to play the game for 5 more minutes until SBA ruins the run. Maybe, man. Maybe if we get lucky enough. Whatever. That's fine. I'm prepared to play Jellyfish Fields for the next 3 hours, so it doesn't matter to me.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Doesn't fucking matter anymore, man. There's nothing I can do. It's out of my control.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
If you smile, maybe the one frames will work, dude. If you smile, maybe they'll work. Did you try smiling, man? Did you try having fun?
The Sponginator.
Maybe they'll work if you have fun.
Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, push, push.
Just get a big old smile. You're so smiley and happy. Oh, you're a negative Nancy because you fucking... Like, how about you try playing the game, dude? How about you try playing the game? See if you're a positive Andy, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. See if you're so fucking optimistic about dealing with this shit after you've dealt with it yourself. But you won't. Because all you'll do is judge and not try to understand it. You don't even understand how precise these tricks are. You've literally never done anything like this in your entire life, so shut the fuck up.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
Yeah, like actually shut the fuck up. I see the fucking name getting spammed in the corner of my eye. He like fucking freaked out because I just called him out for being a jackass. You're so negative, dude. You're so negative. You've been sitting here for fucking 6 or 7 hours doing the same 1 frames and resetting to them. Why are you so negative, man? Have you tried being positive?
Number 1 in the bikini.
No, dude, I didn't try that. Not like it fucking takes some degree of optimism to even come on here every single day and keep trying. No, not like I fucking get on here optimistic every single day and just get my soul crushed every fucking day, 365 days a year. But I'm so negative, right? I'm so negative because I'm responding to how this shit makes me feel after dealing with it for fucking 7 hours in a single day. And then I'll come on tomorrow, and I'll be perfectly fine. And 10 hours later, I'll be fucking miserable. And then we do it again the next day. Just a bunch of opportunists, man. You just wait for me to fucking get annoyed at the game, then comment on it. You've been watching the whole fucking stream. And you just wait for me to get mildly annoyed, and then just comment on it because it's easy, right? You're literally just a fucking addict, honestly. You come to a speedrun stream waiting for someone to get mad, and they get mad, and then, oh, what do you know, I got my little fucking weird nut. I just fucking nut my pants because this guy got mad at the game. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? You're so negative. Why the fuck do you think I'm negative when I'm literally experiencing something that is inescapable? This is like being trapped, dude. Like, there's no way out. Okay? Like, I've been trying to fucking squeeze my way out of this for the last 7 hours, and I can't. How would you feel? But you're not thinking about how you would feel. You're just trying to make a fucking mean comment. That's all you're thinking about. I have no sympathy for people like you. Don't fucking act that way. It's just even more annoying when you know these people have been here the whole night and they still feel the need to say something. Like, you know the context. You've seen me fucking reset 5 minutes, every 5 minutes for the last 7 hours. I'm sitting here resetting. And you still feel the need to comment. Well, any fucking normal person who can actually process information would say, yeah, I'm fucking annoyed too. Because I just want to see him be able to run the game, and the game keeps fucking him over every 3 seconds. I'd be mad too. Or you're already sympathetically mad because it's just fucking bullshit, dude. It's just fucking bullshit. I don't see how PBing a week ago means anything, dude. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Explain to me why PBing a week ago should make me feel better about spending my entire night losing runs now. Because I got a run a week ago? If I were happy with it, I wouldn't be trying to beat it. Just fucking think about it for a second, man. Doesn't take that much thought, critical thinking. Am I supposed to, like, just justify being annoyed at the game? Do I have to sit here and fucking debate you on why I'm annoyed? What does that even mean? I practice this shit every fucking day for almost a decade, and I expect better of myself. Like, do I have to explain myself further than that? That should be the only thing you need to hear. Thank God, dude. Like, honestly, this shit fucking literally took hours! Hours. And it's still terrible. What the fuck am I supposed to do, man? Trapped.
I feel like I should be working.
Spun soul. That's it. Spun here. Fart. Hi. Okay.
Exactly. See, somebody actually understands it, see? Like the other day, almost beat it by like 6 seconds. Still wouldn't matter. As long as I'm here playing, it doesn't fucking matter, dude.
Looks like the robots left itself vulnerable. Great barrier reef. Now the robot's taking a beating out there.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's my choice to keep doing it too. Like nobody's forcing me to do this, man. Like I'm subjecting myself to it. And if I really cared that much about people like seeing me mad or seeing me frustrated at the game, I would stop because I'm so insecure about people seeing me mad at a speedrun. Like you really fucking imagine the day. Imagine the day, dude. Hey guys, I decided I'm gonna retire because my haters really think it's funny when I get mad and I'm tired of being picked on. Like just fucking imagine that shit, dude. That's what some people think is gonna fucking happen when they instigate me and they try to start shit with me. And they realized that wasn't gonna work, so they started making up lies, saying that I'm like a pedophile and that I fucking like want to be raped or something. What was the wording? He said that I have like rape fantasies, whatever the fuck that means. Just straight up spewing bullshit because they'd have nothing else to say. Oh, he doesn't really care that people know he's mad at the game anymore. Well, now what do? I know, we'll just call him a pedophile. Sounds good, dude. Just fucking funny, man. Like, all they do is just like, we hate this guy for no reason, but we have to keep justifying it because he acts like a feminine little bitch. I oppose this person, so I have to constantly oppose them, even if I know I'm wrong. Grow the fuck up, dude. Grow up here.
Wow, I've never seen such an electrifying match.
I just sleep with it like that. Like I just sleep like I sleep on my back and it like goes like behind the pillow. So when I wake up it like dries like that. I mean like I blow dry it enough so like I can like lay on the pillow and it doesn't like get soggy, you know what I mean? But it just lays down on the pillow.
What an opening for a guy literally filled with openings.
You know, I comb through it like before I go to bed. I like comb through my fingers before I go to bed, and then I sleep, and I wake up. Just, I don't know. My hair is really straight. It like stays in place after it dries, so just lucky in that regard.
Nice move by SpongeBob. This match is just about over.
Yeah, I don't use hairspray. I'm not a fan of hairspray. I like it. This is gonna sound funny, but like the Michael Jackson shit where his hair lit on fire, that freaks me out. I would never use hairspray. Yeah, just like chemicals and like the hair on your head's already dead. It's all about keeping your scalp healthy, and I don't think that that's making your scalp healthier, putting that shit on your hair, so. I just wash it, condition the ends, and I sleep after I do that. Yeah, but like, I know, like, the people who are already like watching with the like the pre, like what do you call it? Like the view, the perception of like, we're just waiting for him to get mad. Like, you know where that shit's coming from, dude. You know exactly where that shit's coming from. And the people who are doing that shit to me are doing it entirely in bad faith. They're just opportunistic little weasels who are just looking for any opportunity to make people turn against me. And they've realized that, oh, they're tired of like just like watching rage compilations of him. So now let's just flat out tell lies about him. And then like, what's next after that? They're just gonna like deep fake shit? Like, what's next, man? Because they're never gonna stop, because they'll never admit they're wrong. It's again, it's just the fucking narrative that they want people to come in here and watch, like the narrative in their head. Wow, man. Okay, so let's just fucking reset this then. The one fucking run that I got. Now I'm reasonably upset. Are you gonna ask me when I'm gonna quit the game now? Are you gonna ask me why I get mad at it? Are you gonna ask any of these stupid fucking questions that are clearly designed to get a rise out of me? Just disguised as somebody who's actually concerned. I'm so concerned that he gets mad at an extremely frustrating game. Like, where do you fucking get off, dude? What time do you need to quit the game? Why are you so mad? Just quit the game, man. I just want to see you do just chatting streams and smile at me. Fucking weirdos. Clout goblins? I mean, I guess you could call them that. Why not? No, they don't think they can do better. They literally ran the game. Most of these people have ran the game, or actively run the game. I've recently seen people who need to be confronted for talking in there, and they actively run the game. Like, they're just fence sitters who just want to be liked by everybody, and those people are the worst, man. But you're just making everybody's life harder by fence sitting on that issue.
Yeah.
It's pretty clear, dude.
I make myself
Like this one group exists to try and torment and harass somebody, and the other group is just trying to speedrun a game. If you can't pick a side, I don't want you around. Like, it's pretty clear who the person in the wrong is, man. What am I doing? Defending myself? So evil. It makes no sense. None of it makes any fucking sense. Not in a couple of weeks, no. I'm changing the way that I reset, but
Hey.
I'll probably add strats in a couple of weeks if things are still not great. I want to start practicing more stuff anyway. Fence sitting is not picking a stance. Imagine there's like one side of the aisle that has one opinion and the other side that has the other opinion. And there's a fence between them. Sitting on the fence is just literally that, just sitting in between the two takes and like, oh, I don't know, they both seem fine. Yeah, like that's fence sitting. And this community does a lot of that shit. Not our community, but the people who play this game and surround the game. There's a lot of fence sitting that goes on in this community. And a lot of that has caused bullshit to go on way longer than it should have gone. Because all it takes is just a few people to be like, knock that shit off, we don't support that. Give the guy a fucking break, leave him alone. And the funny thing is too, that like, you know, these fence sitters who are just like, oh, you know, like, I kind of understand why they make fun of him. I kind of understand why they call him a pedophile and they have no fucking proof of that. Or call him whatever the fuck else they call me, he pees in bottles. I kind of understand why they just constantly spew and make up lies about this guy. Because he's mean. He's mean to them for making up lies about him and trying to extract clout from his stream. And like, because he's defending himself and being mean to people who are being mean to him, he's mean too. And therefore, I'm gonna sit on the fence. I swear, man, 7 years ago, if people who just sit on the fence like that just said, knock this shit off, it's wrong, it wouldn't still be going on. But there are still people who run this game actively who fucking don't give a shit. And they'll always enable it, they'll always let these people hang out in their chats and fucking in their Discord servers. It's always gonna be that way, dude. Some of them even go over and talk in these servers themselves. And it's like, this community is never going to be healed as long as people are actually stupid enough to think like, oh, this is a two-sided issue. No, these people are fucking liars. They're saying anything they possibly can to try and slander me at this point. And I'm just sitting here defending myself whenever they come out with new bullshit allegations that have no evidence. It's bullshit, man. I turn off my chat in the second half of the game. That's how I balance it. There are definitely some days where I'd rather not read the chat. I know some streamers have days where they just have a quiet day when they turn off the webcam and they don't talk to chat, but I could never outright just do that straight up. I try to balance it by doing it like when it matters most instead of like doing it all the time.
Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
But yeah, I'm really fucking tired of people who are just so afraid of taking an opinion on anything that even when like somebody's literally fucking spewing bullshit, just calling me all these names and shit that like literally are very serious allegations with absolutely no evidence and just making shit up, or just not even just the fact they don't have evidence of anything, but they just straight up lie about it and they manipulate things to make it seem like I'm doing shit that I'm not doing or saying things I'm not saying, right? They do this shit every fucking day. And then you still have people who like talk to them like they're human beings, like they're worthy of being treated with humanity. They're fucking scum. And even giving them attention is enabling them to continue doing it. And of course, because, you know, the people who enable it, they don't have any stakes in this. They're nobodies. They can just fucking do this shit and see no repercussions or no blowback. And all they do is just make our lives harder by continuing this shit longer than it has to go on for them. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to respond to this stuff when they make serious allegations, like saying that I'm like fucking a pedophile or some shit, which is like, you know, I guess that's just the word now, is if you don't like somebody, call them a pedophile. 3 years ago it was calling them transphobic, 3 years before that it's just calling them racist, you know, like whatever you think, man, whatever word you just want to fucking use next, go for it. But all they do is just make shit up, and if you're actually thinking like, oh, like, well, I can understand where they're coming from. You're actually fucking insane, dude. They're known liars, man. And they have no accountability because nobody holds them accountable. Everybody in that server, everybody who's part of that little fucking cult, they're not gonna check each other. They're not gonna fact check anything. They're just gonna go along with it because they're happy they found some other weird fringe cult that dislikes SHiFT they can just fucking talk to. It's literally a joke to disprove it, and yet you still have people who are actually giving it like serious attention and like talking to them with like actual integrity. Like, no, dude, these are people that you either ignore, or if you have something to expose what they're doing, you expose it. Like, you don't fucking give them attention for that shit, man. They're worms. They literally only exist to extract clout from a community. That's all they do. There's none of this, I can kind of understand it, no. No. I don't really care if you don't like me. I really don't care if you don't like my stream. You think I'm mean. It really doesn't matter. If this were happening to anybody else in this community, these people who enable this shit would be up at arms and they would not tolerate it. But the fact that it's happening to me just speaks a lot for what kind of people these people are, man. If you're actively chatting in that server and enabling this shit, and if it happened to somebody else who streams the game, you'd be taking a very different position. That's how I know it's just fucking hate. It's literally like, well, I don't want to actively participate in it because I don't want to be banned from the bfbb community, but I'll just sit on the fence and talk to you about it. Like, fuck off.
3 years running.
Yeah, see, there you go. Just like, this is literally, I'm sitting here talking about it. It's exactly what I was just saying. Well, maybe if you didn't complain a lot, that server wouldn't exist. Oh, really? So me complaining about the server, it's my fault for it existing because I complain about people calling me a pedophile. Good logic, dude. You're totally not just somebody who's watching to hate. You're not just looking for an excuse to be a hater. Actually justifying that shit. This is exactly what I'm talking about, dude. This is exactly what I mean. The fact that you try to justify it in any possible way. Like it's my fault that I have to defend myself against non-stop allegations. Good, you're better off not following this community, because the battle for Bikini Bottom community is fucking cancerous, man. You're better off not following it. These people have no fucking principles. They just go with the flow. They just want to avoid confrontation, and as soon as the confrontation comes from them, they blame me for it. Every single time. It is the most spineless community I've ever seen in my entire life.
I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
I just want to make clear that just because you don't like somebody does not give you the right to harass them. It has nothing to do with me personally. I think that's just a pretty fair rule, right? Like acting like a child and stalking somebody on the internet and harassing them because you just don't like their stream is pretty fucking uncalled for. And I guarantee that these fence sitters who just enable this shit and allow it to happen would be very upset if it happened to somebody that they watch, or somebody that, or maybe even them who stream the game themselves. Yeah, some of these people run the game who are actively talking in that server, yeah, unfortunately. They're always, like, again, it's always a non-stop cycle of, like, we address it in the bfbb server and say, like, you shouldn't be in here doing this shit, doesn't matter who the person is that they're going after, you should not be participating. And they wait until the dust settles and they go back and they start talking in there again. Just like, oh, I just hope that the moderators don't know that I'm in here, teehee. I'm getting away with something. It's so edgy. But this is the reason why this attitude even exists, man. If I didn't constantly have to defend myself, maybe there wouldn't be complaining about these things that they're constantly accusing me of. And by complaining, I mean defending myself. This is exactly what they do. They're just fucking trolling by throwing out non-stop allegations that people fucking, for some reason, still believe. Then I have to fucking respond to it, and they're like, why are you even responding to it, man? Just ignore them. I'm glad that somebody was hanging out, man. It's cool. Streaming is fun. Streaming is fun until you get to this point, man. When you're constantly dealing with people trying to go after you, it's just annoying. At that point, your love for it needs to eclipse all the garbage that you deal with. Because it's not all it's cracked up to be. Yeah, I don't, like, why should I put up with shit? All you get by putting up with shit is building a weak community that will literally just drop you at a needle. At the drop of a needle, they'll fucking leave. If something bad happens, they're not gonna hang. That's why my fan base is strong, man, because I don't put up with bullshit, and the people who are here appreciate that I don't put up with bullshit. It's a nice community to be around, genuinely. Because somebody's just acting weird and they just get called out immediately. Yeah, you are one of those people, dude, because you're enabling it. You're complaining about somebody defending himself. And if somebody were doing it to you and you were in a position where you had to respond, you know, you'll never reach that point because you're a loser, but if you weren't a loser, maybe you'd someday have to deal with that shit, but you won't. So you just feel complacent and just commenting on the fact that I deal with it and being upset about how I handle it. When in reality, I'm not the one who's fucking starting this shit, dude. That's just a loser's mentality. Like, no matter what I do, I'm wrong. Like, what do you want me to do, man? What's the solution? And every time you ask someone, like, what should I do next time? They just give you some bullshit answer like, well, just ignore them. Oh, well, actually, we tried doing that for over half a decade and it didn't fucking work. So now what do you want me to do? And I have no answer after that because all they can do is avoid confrontation. Yeah, exactly. Like the only option they have that they will ever offer is don't respond or like avoid them. Yeah, because that works, dude. That's been proven to work. Got it. And then when you say no, that doesn't work, we've tried that and it just makes things worse, they have nothing to say. Because the only thing they can do is just avoid and sit on the fence. Like the mentality that like simply by responding to something and defending yourself and calling out their lies and bullshit.
They'll go.
It doesn't work, man.
Hey.
Pretending it doesn't exist is literally how we got here. If you compare where we were a year and a half ago when like half the active runners of the game or people who used to run the game were like in that server actively participating and talking, compared to where we are now, it's night and day. It's easily 10 times better, but this one little fucker is just like, he's just clinging on for his fucking life, dude. He just tries so hard. He's literally willing to lie now to the point where he's just non-stop lying about it. And the fact that I see anybody who runs this game in there talking to this guy and actually giving him attention is blowing my mind, dude. Like, these people have given... They've been given so many fucking chances to, like, explain themselves. All they do is just lie, 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 and just continue to point fingers and scream. Like, they are well beyond the point of empathy at this point. They just need to be dealt with. Unless you're exposing them or telling them to shut the fuck up, like, just even like engaging in conversation with them and trying to understand their perspective when they've made it clear that they're willing to lie and run this hate campaign just because they don't like my stream. Like, what more explaining does that need? The solution is if you don't have anything to offer it, just ignore it. Otherwise, you're contributing to it. If you don't have anything to expose, we are well beyond the point of trying to talk sense into these people, because they're never going to understand. They're never going to realize what they're doing is wrong, or they'll never admit what they're doing is wrong. They're just trolls. So you have two options. If you have something to expose, expose it, or just ignore them. Fence sitting and trying to talk to them and like humanize them is not going to fucking do anything, man. Because they're just gonna lie straight to your face. They're just gonna lie straight to your face, and that's not gonna be productive. I literally went through the exact same thing. I joined that server to try and talk to these people and genuinely understand if there was something I was missing, if there was some kind of criticism that they could not articulate just by spewing me with their alt accounts and shit, whatever else they're doing. I genuinely gave them a few hours of my time to explain to me carefully what their problem is, and they couldn't explain it. No, I just left. I didn't let them fucking... I mean, I only gave them 3 hours. I knew that if I just stuck around, the guy would just... As soon as he woke up, he'd just ban me. The chat logs are saved. There was a guy who used to be part of their group called Mr. Mouse who re-uploaded the entire chat logs. It's on his channel. You can probably read it there. And now they're all in the same camp too. They're like, wow, like these people actually are impossible to talk to. A couple of years ago I started to dislike you because of the people who made rage videos and shit, and then I realized I was so fucking wrong and they're just miserable fuckers. I'm really sorry. I appreciate that. I mean, at the end of the day, what's done is done, and like, I don't think there's much that people can really do to like repair the damage that has been done. Except expose lies and refute claims that are made in bad faith, I guess. And if you don't have either of those things that you can do, just ignore it. I mean, being able to admit that you're wrong is, like, commendable, because that's the trait that the people who are still doing this don't have. They don't have the ability to admit that they're wrong, and that's just going to make this drag on forever. It's never gonna end because they're just, again, and now the guy who's trying to encourage all of it thinks that he's actually making money doing this shit. Like, he gets like a little $100 donation here and there, and he's like using it to justify doing it, like he's like making real money off of it. So now he's like in the delusion that his like what, like $1,000 a year max, not even, is a job. When in reality, you're not paying bills and you don't understand what a job is. And even if it were a job, right? You're still a fucking asshole. You're still a grifter on the internet begging for money because you just want people to make fun of somebody that you despise on the internet. Like, it's honestly shameful that you're trying to make money off of it. It doesn't make you look better. And then he has the audacity to criticize my subathons, which are fans willingly giving me subs because they want the content to continue going, right? Okay, like, you are literally mooching off of your parents. You don't pay bills, you don't pay for your own internet, you don't pay for your own healthcare. You don't pay for anything yourself, and you're just saving up money to do what with it? Just to brag about it? Imagine if every single time somebody gave me 50 subs here, I'd be like, oh yeah, every 50 subs we get are 50 subs that the haters aren't getting. That's literally his thing, is like, guys, stick it to SHiFT by giving me money. It's just a grift. So anybody who's actually supporting that shit, like, they know that they're trolling at this point. The only people who are left are people who are actually trolls. Or people who are trying really, really hard to not see what's going on there. Because at some point, maybe, at some point, they were convincing people that, like, oh yeah, SHiFT's fans hate him and they're all turning against him. It's pretty obvious they're fucking trolls at this point, man. But that's just troll behavior, if it wasn't obvious in the first place. And I gotta ask, like, what's so funny about trolling this guy? When, like, your reactions that you get from him are like literally nothing compared to the way he reacts to the game. So yeah, you have somebody who's just e-begging and trying to turn people against me. Like, he's a troll and he's also just a hater. And I don't know what other words I can use even. Yeah, literally you just started running the game and you're already 20 minutes faster than them exactly.
Downtown.
I would just have good mods that clean the chat and ignore them. It's not the chat, dude. They literally are on other platforms, stalking me and posting every little fucking thing that I do. You understand, like, it's not this chat, right? Like, they make a server, and they recruit people to the server to dig through everything that I've ever done, and put together these montages to make me look like I'm a horrible person. And they just tell lies over them. How are you supposed to moderate that by having good moderators in chat? Yeah, I do ban people here daily, and they deserve it. See, they all have the same arguments, dude. You can tell somebody's watching those fucking videos because they all have the exact same arguments. Yeah, exactly. Like, Star is somebody who literally was 13 and is just, I want attention from SHiFT. Exactly it. And he's admitted it. And, like, I don't know, maybe someday he'll be allowed back in the community, but, like, I mean, like, faking DMs from Orion and, like, pretending he said things he didn't say, that's not very trustworthy, and, like, I think you need more than 2 years to recover from something like that. Yes, they harass other runners, too. When I'm not the one who's being harassed, they just go to somebody else. And now, like, oh, now people suddenly care, right? Like, because somebody else is getting bothered, not SHiFT. The double standards in this community are crazy, man. Because you know for sure that, like, the people that, like, these other guys who are, like, talking in the server occasionally or, like, leaving comments on their videos, you know, if they were doing it to the streamers they like to watch, they'd immediately have a moment where they, like, realize, wow, I'm a hypocrite. But yeah, because I'm the one person in this community who's the target of harassment like that, they're just complacent and like, oh, well, we don't have to deal with it, so SHiFT should just shut up and take it. Not realizing that it makes the entire community look worse and everybody around us looks terrible for it. Because you're trying to destroy the reputation of the guy who literally makes the game popular. Yeah, some people just need to be left alone to grow up, exactly. Now, apparently it gets deeper because now we know, based on the, what even was this about? The fucking, like, pedophile accusations? Well, the guy responded to it, and now we know for sure definitively that the guy who's running the low-tier ID Active account is Star Speedruns. So it's him, Satan's Panel, and Mr. Mouse, who are actively uploading on this guy. And it's just like, that's literally, that was his whole team. Those are the people who were primarily uploading and like harassing me a year ago, and now they've completely flipped and now they're doing it to him. I just hope that someday when ID Active grows the fuck up, these other guys who used to do this shit, like, don't just go on to the next person, you know? Like, once he's done and he's exposed and he's given up, I hope they actually move on and just, like, don't do any of this shit in the future. It's not a monopoly if I created the market. Like, how is that, like, you know what I mean? It's not like I, like, came into the community and, like, colonized it and stole all the resources. I built the resources, literally. So I don't understand why anybody could possibly be jealous when I literally gave them the opportunity to even play the game. Nobody was learning this game because there were no resources to play it. Nobody was even aware of this game because nobody was watching anybody play it. This game was literally blacklisted from GDQ because it was called a meme speedrun for 6 years, right? 3 years. Six separate events, 3 total years. Yeah, and then there's Jacob, who's literally talking about minors in a sexual way, who's like inviting all of these kids to join and do this shit. And like, you can tell who the people in the community who have like grown up but not grown out of it are, because they were kids who were watching these videos too. And they're still not totally over it yet. They're still not totally like, oh, I realize this is all bullshit and these guys are just like literal children who are being manipulated by an adult to do this stuff. Jacob's whole thing is that he thinks that if I leave this community, somebody else will get the world record. That's his whole entire motive, is like he wants to manipulate kids to do this shit to me because he doesn't want me to have the world record anymore. And anybody who's been groomed into this shit, who doesn't realize that's literally what that guy wants, he thinks like, if we get SHiFT to quit the game, then somebody else will have the world record, and they're the de facto leader of the community because they have the world record, which is hilarious because I didn't have the world record in Rehydrated or Cosmic Shake. And I think that most people would agree that I led the community for both of those games as well. It'll be the same for the Patrick Star game. So I don't know where this fucking bullshit logic comes from, but there are so many accounts of Jacob DMing people saying like, you should watch this person instead. I hope he gets the world record instead of SHiFT. That's literally his whole motive, is I want SHiFT to not have the world record so I can come back into the community. And specifically hoping that people who don't give a shit about community moderation and the quality of the chats and the quality of our Discord server, like he wants like Jacob, Keys, Gamden, like I just said the same person twice, but he wants all these people to come back into the community. He wants Sin to come back probably. There's a whole dark side of this community that is banned and not allowed here, that is like riding on these haters to succeed at what they're doing. And if you don't know the history of that shit, the history of the movie speedruns or anything like that, and how it ties into all this shit, you're probably better off not knowing, but it goes really fucking deep, dude. I was actually making a video explaining all this shit, but I realized halfway through making it that it's not worth giving them the attention. Especially because the Keys and Gamden guys had their own allegations to deal with in the Clone Hero community. They're probably going to end up leaving the internet sooner or later anyway. And like, why tie the game's reputation to their bullshit? Like, it's already bad enough that we've had to fucking deal with this shit passively for the past 7 years. It's all connected, dude. When people finally have the realization that all this shit's connected, they're like, oh shit, like, all of these people have all like interacted at some point, and they're all aware of one another, and they all have the same interests. They literally, like, I literally had Kira, like, telling me, like, yeah, that was the whole big thing, is, like, Gamden and friends were saying, like, we have to make sure he doesn't have the world record in Rehydrated so we can play the game again. So he can't control the community. Which is just, like, you really think that's what's happening, dude? I literally never had the record in 77 spatula, and the community's moderation stayed the exact same. Maybe it's because I'm not the only person who's making these decisions. Maybe it's because people who send their penises to minors. Maybe it's because people who fucking harass people in a alt server to try and tear the community apart. Maybe people who dox, harass, and search people's fucking homes on Google Images. Maybe these people don't belong in the community. And they'll sit around and tell these gullible fence sitters, I didn't do anything, he just hates me. He doesn't like me, so I'm banned. And then you get rumors like, SHiFT bans people he doesn't like. When they all fucking did wrong things. They all did terrible things. These people who aren't allowed in the community, or they were accomplices to it. Every single one of them. Because if it were just like, oh, he doesn't like me, there are plenty of people I could fucking ban from this community if it were just about not liking SHiFT. But I'm not a fucking petty asshole. And you also couldn't get away with that shit either. I would for sure love if the people who hate my guts and won't explain why would just fuck off and play a different game. I would love that shit. I dream of a day when this community actually has unity again. Because some of these fuckers will never grow up and they'll never admit they were wrong. And they'll never challenge their views on things that happened in the past that are objectively just not the way they happened. But they just refuse to fucking acknowledge it, and they'd rather cope with it and be told that their feelings are valid. Oh, you hate SHiFT, that's fine. That's valid when the whole fucking community is depending on this guy's success and you just like actively hate him. Sounds good, dude. Just actively benefit off of me playing the game and just seethe about how much you hate me every day and have these group therapy sessions about how evil I am. Sure, man. Just continue being a hater because I'm never gonna stop playing the game. It would be so easy if all the people who just had their unexplained issues where they just hate on me for literally no reason, if they would just explain themselves or leave. But none of that's happening, so you just had this stalemate where like occasionally some of them they just crack and they just start talking to these people who are actively stalking me. I've been responding to them, dude. I'm literally responding to them right now. It works perfectly because they're gullible and all they do is just re-upload me talking about them and then they just talk over it like like people are stupid enough to not realize what's actually happening. Like I'm sitting here spitting the truth and then they'll just sit over it and be like, oh, he's so mad. We're in his head rent-free, guys. We've been harassing this guy every day for 2 years rent-free. It's like, you have to be stupid to like hear that shit and not understand what's actually going on. That was Gamden who said that, at least according to Kira, somebody who used to be part of their group. He used to be Cosmium. You might remember that guy. He's grown up and changed quite a bit. Like, he's somebody who's genuinely gotten over. He's taken accountability for literally everything that's happened. He's been honest about everything. And he's somebody who's very tired of this shit still going on, too. It's all connected, man. It's literally all connected in some way. But he was the whistleblower who told us a lot of that shit, like, and gave us evidence and screenshots and, like, all these people just doing all this nasty shit. He's the reason why Purple Foundation had to apologize last year. I gotta give him credit for it because we would not have found all that shit without his help, and he was somebody who was actively involved in this shit. But I think he's smart. He knows that, like, we're not trying to, like, fucking, like, put people in the dirt. We just want everything to fucking be on the table so we can move on, dude. Yeah, but like, Starsea, it's not even relevant, dude. That's not even relevant because, like, it doesn't matter who has the world record. Like, what video game can you think of, except for the tiny ones that nobody plays, where, like, the best players are the moderators? It's literally never the case. The best players are focused on getting the best times. It's rare that somebody's actually one of the best players, let alone the world record holder, who also has a stream, by the way, that can be jeopardized by getting involved in this shit, takes the time to actually moderate the community and try to make things better around here. I could have just fucking ignored the whole Hazel situation, and I would have been perfectly fine. But fuck me for actually giving a fuck about what these little twerps actually think, dude. Like, I could have just been like, okay, she's an asshole, we're not going to associate with her, we're not going to fucking validate her beliefs, and we're just going to dissociate from the BFB community in general for actually tolerating that shit. I'll just do my own thing, and let them rot. That's what I should have done. That would have been the PR move, dude. Purple was in the calls in the servers where they were doing this shit to Vegas and encouraging him to dox the community back in the day. He's the one who made the group. He's the one who invited everybody to it. He was actively in these calls when they were getting Vegas to drink alcohol and piss on the walls while Keys was giving him people's personal information. He was actively involved, and he was an accomplice to it. And I'm not gonna hear this bullshit where it's like, oh, he was just there, because Tedious was just there, and he knew it was wrong, and he came to us even though he actively did not like me at the time. He actively had a lot of shit to say about me at the time, and he still knew that it was wrong, and he still fucking did something about it. And it just bothers me that it took this long to get an apology out of Purple for all the shit that happened in there. And again, like, all the years that his chat spent, like, criticizing me and talking shit about Battle for Bikini Bottom, just being a hub for all these people to talk and do their bullshit. Like, he was clearly never sorry about it until he had something to lose. Because now he thinks he's building a stream up, especially off of the people who came there because I played movie for a month, and all the people who got bored of this game went over there. So now he thinks he has something to lose, so he has to apologize. But at the end of the day, I can't be mad at him because, like, what else is he supposed to do? Apologize again? Like, it's just over. The bridge is burned. There's nothing else that we can do. But yeah, there are a lot of people who were part of that game who like, literally they just joined it because they got banned here. They didn't feel welcomed here. Some weird shit happened that they didn't explain themselves. It's just a lot. It's a lot, dude. It's a lot to fucking go over him. But yeah, I don't really care anymore about... As long as he's not fucking actively, like, encouraging this shit, which I don't think he is, and I think at this point, like, there's nothing that could probably ever get me to, like, forgive him. But I'm also not gonna, like, attack him, you know? Like, there's nothing else I can ask for at this point. Like, he didn't apologize on good terms because he was kind of forced to do it. But at least it's not Keys where he literally lied about it and fucking made an exposed video and a fucking diss track, bro. He made a diss track against me after fucking lying for like 10 minutes straight. And then he took it all back and admitted he was lying like not even a month later because he was... People put pressure on him to actually be honest. And you know the yearly Gamden video where he'd be like, I'm still banned from SpongeBob. It's like, bro, you're not telling it. Like, that's the reason why fucking people stay banned is because they can't cope with the, like, what they did. If Gamden came clean 5 years ago and admitted to all the shit that he did, this wouldn't still be a thing. But even still, like after he fucking claimed, like, in 2019, like, I got banned from the community for no reason, and SHiFT said that he was willing to forgive people, and I didn't get forgiveness. A year later, he's making an alt server trying to get people to join it, claiming it's the real Battle for Bikini Bottom rehydrated community. Gets caught doing it. And again, gets called out and exposed. Not even a month later, they're dropping my docs in his fucking private server with Clone Hero members and Battle for Bikini Bottom members in it. So like, yeah, clearly we made the right choice keeping you banned, because you're literally fucking talking about somebody's docs like not even a month later, dude. They all make the same fucking mistakes. And I don't really care how old they were. When I was 14, I wasn't fucking doing that shit. Absolutely not, dude. You gotta be sick in the head to fucking do that shit at any age. Okay? Let alone 16, which is how old Purple was. He never had any justified reason for doing this shit. You're a fucking child in a call with an adult who's peeing on a wall, dude. Like, how do you end up there? But yeah, exactly, it's not hard to grow up, and it's clear who's willing to grow up and who isn't. Like, they've made that very clear. There are plenty of people who used to be doing that shit who aren't anymore, and they've not only owned up to it, but took initiative. That's the key, is they took initiative to do something about it. That's why maybe Star Speedrun still has hope. That's why maybe like these guys who fucking did this shit to me back in 2018 still have hope. I'm a very good judge of character, dude. Like, I can tell when somebody's changed. And I've given a lot of people second chances. People who are literally my admins, who are like the closest to me in the community, were literally like demodded, banned at some point, whatever. Like, they'll vouch for me that they if I were really just like bitter asshole who doesn't give anybody a second chance, like half this community wouldn't even be here.
Are you ready, kids?
You don't want to know, punch shot. You don't want to know, dude.
Well,
Yep. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
But yeah, I'm tired of people who just avoid confrontation and things they were loosely attached to or just directly attached to. Just because they want to avoid drama. Like, of course you want to avoid drama, dude, because you don't want to get called out for what you did. Like, these people are just fucking liars, and they don't want to have any accountability for what they... Like, if at any point they just reached out and said, hey, I've been thinking about, like, what I did to you 5 years ago, and it was wrong. Like, hey, I'm still actively speedrunning SpongeBob games, and I'm still obviously thinking about the fact that, like, I'm not addressing this thing. You know what I mean? Like, they've had plenty of time to deal with this shit. It's not like they left the internet and came back. No, it actually is real. They really did that. They really did. They were bullying a, what was he, like, 21, 22-year-old autistic man who just, again, just wanted their attention and just wanted to have friends in the community. They were just bullying him and saying, like, yeah, man, like, you're so funny, dude. Keep drinking alcohol and, like do a shower shout-out. Get in the shower and give us a shout-out, dude. He's, like, naked in the shower, like, giving them shout-outs. It's so fucking creepy, dude. Like, you can't just fucking... And it's not even the fact that it happened. It's the fact they lied about it up until last year, dude. And they still would if they weren't forced to fucking expose themselves. If they weren't forced to actually admit it by the people who were part of that group and admitted it was fucked up. Like, this would still be a big mystery if it weren't for Kira and the others who exposed it and wanted to come forward and help us. Again, like, Purple was one of the people who said, like, I'll help you. But it was already too late because, like, he was already being exposed for this shit. Like, it was already, like, of course that's, like, what you're gonna do in that situation. Like, is it genuine? Kira had no reason to reach out and help. Like, he could have just avoided this shit entirely, but he just felt passionately about getting these people out of here, man. Like, again, like, I'm not gonna, like, fucking start shit with Purple again because I don't think there's anything left to say. Like, he apologized, albeit probably because he felt like he had to and not because he actually meant it. But, whatever, you know? I don't know, I've spent years dealing with the whole SHiFT is evil bullshit that started from that group. This shit didn't exist before 2017, dude. This all started in 2018. The fucking, like, hate campaign, the SHiFT is evil, he does horrible things, he banned me for no reason. That all fucking started because of these people. And ever since then, it's just been people carrying the torch, trying to keep it going. And while they may not actively be involved still, they were the ones who started it. I'm 27. Yeah, we have the video evidence of it too. It's not just like a story. We have testimony and evidence of it.
downtown.
Well, well, again, like, no, Vegas is the autistic man who is being bullied. That's what, because, like, Vegas was a pretty normal like, again, he was, like, lonely, and he, like, reached out to people in the community to try and, like, make friends. Like, he reached out to Daxon, he reached out to people like Kolb, like, and of course they, like, they're not bullies, you know? Like, Keys, Gamden, Purple, all these people who were involved in this shit were just bullying him. Because they thought it was funny. Like, it was just funny to make fun of Vegas. Vegas was perfectly fine. Like, he had a lot of... He already had issues, obviously. He was very clear, like, with people he was privately talking to in the community. He was having suicidal thoughts, and he was in and out of the mental hospital quite often for care. But the people who did this to him knew about it, dude. There are literally screenshots of Mannix saying, "Oh, dude, Vegas is on this medication, and he's going to the hospital. He's such a freak, man." Like, these people are literally abhorrent, disgusting people, and they never got called out on it, ever. And the fact that Keys tried to cover it all up and lie about it, and call me the liar, and fucking make a diss track of all things, like... And now it's relevant again, because fucking idiot ID Active is so stupid that he's trying to dig this shit up and actually try and spin it against me. Like, oh, you want me to talk about this stuff? I have a fucking master's degree in this shit, dude. I have a master's degree.
Well,
Cheese? No.
Yeah.
What could I have said that sounded like that? No. Of course not, dude. Are you kidding me? Get that thought out of your head. No, dude. Absolutely not. Oh, keys. Yeah. Yeah. Keys, as in like what you use to start your car. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for them, and I had this conversation with Ringo Tongo recently as well. He's like, why are you talking shit about me, bro? It's like, you did what you did, so if it comes up, it's gonna have to be talked about. Like, every time that IDAC makes some fucking bullshit video about, like, I did this thing, or like, look at this poor community member got banned for no reason, and by the way, I'm not gonna go into detail about what he did. It's like fucking Gamden, like, lying into a camera for like 10 minutes straight. Like, of course we're gonna have to fucking clarify what happened. Because this is rubbing off on me, like, oh, you're gonna claim that these people got banned for no reason, or that, like, they left the community because I'm the fucking evil man, right? Of course I have to defend myself and explain this shit. Like, what else can I do? Just be like, guys, just ignore it, just, you know, sweep it under the rug and let them fucking make up narratives for 7 years, and then we have to address all of them in 2024, which is literally what's happening. If we address this shit in 2018, it might not still be going on, but, you know, we're stupid, man. We're stupid. I was afraid of confrontation in 2018, even though we had every reason to fucking expose these people. I was too young. I was too inexperienced to know what to do. That's actually the one thing I would have done differently. When all this stuff went down with Vegas and all these guys who were trolling and all that stuff back then, I was just so afraid that people were gonna think this game was a bad speedrunning community if we exposed that, and that was like what the game was known for, was like these awful people who did all these things. But you know what? It is an awful speedrunning community, man. This game's always been surrounded by these kinds of people. The ones who have pure allegiance to the game and hate my guts because I still play it, those are always the most toxic fucking people to ever deal with in these communities. Because if they hate me and they're never going to stop being around the game, their obvious course of action as a little rat is going to be, okay, we gotta get rid of SHiFT. We gotta get rid of the guy that I personally don't like, even though he's done fucking 95% of the work around here. I don't really give a fuck how many strats you found, how many routes you've made. This is the hard work, dude. Nobody wants to do the hard thing. Nobody wants to fucking keep the community good. Nobody wants to keep it safe. If it weren't for me, Sin would still be fucking around here. He'd still be sending his dick to minors, man. But, you know, people are just perfectly happy with letting me fucking deal with it all and take all the backlash for it. Evil man. There was a guy who used to stream this game many years ago who was caught sending a dick pic to a 14-year-old in the community. That's what we're talking about. Or I guess that's what I just mentioned. But these people who, the group that I was just talking about who was in the server with the guy peeing on the wall and all that, they like worshiped this guy. He was like their streamer. Sin. You don't know about this? Sin was like the babysitter for these people, dude. If Sin just didn't end up being a creep, like, he probably would have just like herded these fucking weirdos and just like, they would have just been pacified being over there. Yeah, he literally got arrested for a different case, not the same one. You know, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck. And then, like, again, like, to this day, Keys is still defending him, saying, he's married with a kid now. He couldn't possibly be creepy. That just makes it even worse. Like, oh yeah, Dr. Disrespect, dude. He had a kid, he couldn't have done it. Like, come on, bro. Like, that's a fucking excuse. It's just so dumb, dude. And like, you have to go, like, this is again, like, I was making a video exposing all this shit a while back, and like, I did so much research on this, and like the picture is just so clear in my head. If Sin didn't end up being a creep, we might have actually been okay. Because we actually got along. Sin and I actually got along. And these weirdos who were in his chat were just like pacified being over there. Like, of course there's gonna be a part of the community that's gonna be like a little weird, a little sensitive, a little antisocial. Like, we just don't tend to get along with those types around here, and you're gonna have people who are like that. If Sin didn't end up fucking being weird, I feel like this community would have been fine. Like the catalyst to all this shit was Sin being banned. I like how it all comes back to that, dude. I don't think so, dude. Literally just yesterday there was somebody who runs the game in that Rage server talking. I think a lot of people just secretly like it, and they secretly just enjoy it. They just enjoy the drama. Or they just don't want to be involved in it until, you know, they're perfectly happy to benefit from people who are actively talking in that server. No, they're not entirely gone, dude, because there are people who are loosely attached to them who are running the game now, and they're just gonna, like, talk in their chats and do that shit. Again, like, I don't want it to fucking happen again. And you gotta nip this stuff in the bud before it actually becomes a problem. But I'm seeing a lot of shit that I don't like. I'm seeing people who are still associated with some of these banned community members who did all this shit, who are coming back into the community, and they're not willing to listen about the shit that they did in the past, and that they still won't, like, have the fucking dignity to just, like, not be around the game anymore. I'm still seeing people who run the game, like, talking in the server occasionally, or leaving comments on those videos. You gotta keep this shit under control so it doesn't get back to the point where it was. And I really do think that, like someday the head of Hydra will be gone, and there will be no head to be regrown, but for now, I'm just on high alert, dude. It's just a fucking tumor that needs to be extinguished. This is not healthy for anybody, man. The fact that this community has a history with people who are just obsessed with trolling. You think that if I ever stopped playing the game, it'd ever be any better? Yeah, I know you're at least taking screenshots. Why does this particular SpongeBob game? It's SpongeBob in general, dude. It's SpongeBob in general for some reason. I mean, the Smash community has the same problem. Any game with, like, kids subject matter is going to attract weirdos. What's up? I'm not saying that everybody's a weirdo. I'm not even saying the majority of people are. But it's going to attract that kind of a crowd. Yeah, gaming in general is pretty degenerate, but, like, some communities are degenerate in different ways. But you got a good point. But why is it that, like, this community deals with more of this than compared to other communities? Yeah, exactly. I think you actually came from Clone Hero, right? Or you were zombies? Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation. I mean, Krups literally left the community, bro. Like, same shit, dude. All these fucking crabs in the bucket, they hate the fact that somebody streams their game and became successful. When, like, it's not even, like, objectively their game. Oh, wow, so you got the double whammy. You went from Clone Hero to zombies to eventually end up here. You're the 3 worst communities on the internet. Let's go, dude. You can just, like... You can just, like, say that this shit isn't bad, but, like, you're just selectively ignoring the bad shit to say that. Oh, yeah, well, you're just speedrunning. Yeah, it's different. The high rounders, I'm aware of that, though. Yeah, you wouldn't believe it if I told you that, like, the guy who is in this community who is part of, like, the doxing and the harassment and stuff, like, he's literally, like, the figurehead. He's, like, one of the figureheads, or at least he was one of the figureheads of that community for many years until his boyfriend got serious allegations. I'm not even gonna go into that, but if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. It's all connected. All connected, dude. Like, this community's been around for way too long and has, like, way too much influence on shit, man. Literally, the story of Gandon is, like, unfortunately, a kid who was bullied in this community by a lot of people and just grew up to be a narcissist and decided, like, I'm gonna ladder climb and seek power in other communities. That's, like, literally that guy in a nutshell. He never truly recovered from the bullying. And I'll admit, here and there, I made my Gandon jokes. They were funny. But it wasn't to the extent that people who were actively, like, showing up in his chat and, like, hate watching and, like, lolcowing him. Like they did to Wertweekle. Like, people legitimately bullied these people. And I think that, like, it's a good marker that we've changed. That there are legitimately, like, there are kids who try to run the game these days. And they're not getting bullied, they're not getting bothered, they're not being made fun of. So I think that we've made progress there, that we're not creating more Gamdens, but... That's literally what we refer to in moderation as a Gamden situation. Like, little kid gets bullied and then just becomes a crazy asshole. Just because he's just used to being hated by everybody. I mean, like, these are kids who could have had an entirely different trajectory if they just weren't made fun of. I'm not gonna say his name on stream, but that's because it's a gray area where, like, maybe he thinks he's doing the right thing by, like, talking to them and trying to calm them down. I can't tell, but, like, there is a weird comment that he made in there about, like, oh, well, I feel like they're not banning us for talking in here anymore, which is kind of sus, dude. That's kind of sus. And that's exactly what I'm talking about with, like, the whole Hazel situation, by the way, where it's like, oh, yeah, well, we gotta be careful of what the moderators see. Like, not, like, trying to understand the theory of mind, like, why we don't want people talking that way or behaving that way. It was literally yesterday, or like 2 days ago. It was within the last 3 days. It's literally brand new. So yeah, it's recent. Yeah. Yeah, like that was literally a constant, like the Kiasa guy, again, like the guy who ran the SHiFT Videos Twitter account and harassed, like, me, JBHJ, and whomever else, right? Like, that was a guy who got bullied in VCs in this community. Because, again, like, a lot of the people who were in charge here back in the day were just, like very cocky adolescent kids who just, like, had a taste of power in a community and they just did shit. And they're open to talking about this, too. Like, Daxon admits, like, back in the day it was very cliquey. Like, a lot of people admit, like, okay, like, we fucked up, you know? Like, we were just a bunch of teenagers and, like, young adults trying to run a community and doing a shitty job. But we weren't doing anything abhorrent, though. They weren't fucking doxing people or stalking people. People were just being assholes, and, like, being an asshole is a lot different than, like, going that far, dude. And I wasn't even aware of half of this shit. I only became aware of half of this shit, like, after it was already over. Yeah, but that's different, dude. Like, we're not keeping an eye on people who are joining to, like, see what's happening. We're keeping an eye on people who are actively discussing things in there, which is, like, that's weird at this point. Like, this person's a proven liar. The crazy allegations they make are completely unfounded in reality. And, like, you're still talking to them? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you just looking for a place to, like, complain about SHiFT? Like, you're just feeding into it. And it has nothing to do with me personally, dude. If this were happening to anybody in this community, it's zero tolerance. Yeah, I mean, like, Velcog is a smart human being. You know? I prefer not to include this stuff in any kind of video talking about the game's history, because they don't deserve it. They don't deserve the notoriety, man. These people are losers, and they just want them to leave and never come back.
Number one in the...
At this point, what valid reason do these people have to be on the fence for this kind of behavior.
Here's another one.
Like,
Hi, squirrel, coming through.
That's not even true necessarily, Trooper, because the guy who was talking within the last 3 days was literally saying, I'm hoping they don't ban me from the bfbb server for like talking about this stuff in here. Like, he's actively, like literally actively involved in the community and is like in there like talking to this dude who's like, again, IDIAC is literally gonna say whatever he has to get people to turn against me. He's just gonna lie his ass off. He's just gonna say whatever he has to say to manipulate you into fucking joining that shit. So like, what's the point in even like entertaining it and like talking to him? Half the shit that comes out of that guy's mouth is a fucking lie. So much so to the point where he can't even like literally he'll be like deleting messages in real time as we're like taking screenshots of them. Well, that's what I'm saying, dude, is like, that's why I don't fucking like trust anybody who's like outside of like this chat, for example, or like my server where I like have like not just this game but the other SpongeBob games and other like interesting topics that we like. Like, most of these people just can't be trusted because they'll eventually just go on and fucking join that shit. And if they're not joining it, they're just enabling it and allowing it most of the time. I've been through this too many times to be gullible enough to actually like literally this guy that was doing this, I was just having a private conversation about him, like, excuse me, with him, about all the concerns that we have in the community, like not even a couple of weeks ago, and here he is like talking in that server. Like, why do I even like talk to people? Why do I even interact with this community? You see what I'm saying? Like, talking, I mean, like, you could probably join the server and, like, read what I'm talking about. If you're really curious. That's what I'm saying. He was like, I hope they don't ban me, and, like, I don't think they're banning people here anymore. But, like, also, can you, like, I'd really like for you to stop, like, harassing SHiFT. Like, this weird, like, fence-sitting behavior that is just, like, what are you doing? Like, why are you talking to these people? You know, it's just enabling them, it's just encouraging them. Every time this IDIAC guy gets anybody talking to him and like thinking that like, oh, this person's my friend. Like, he's just getting more and more hyped up to fucking come after me with some bullshit again. Like, it's literally just making my life harder. It's making everybody else in the community's lives harder. And it's making his life harder if he really cares so much about the game being restored to its former glory of a community that it once was. He's literally just encouraging this shit by feeding into it. I respect that. I'm not gonna encourage you to. Yeah, but that's the thing, man. You never even know, dude. Like, even like I mean, like, he's not going back, but like, you know, like, Quickman is somebody who was like leaving comments on those videos for a while, and you know, he came around, but like, I just, you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, why doesn't SHiFT interact with people outside of his stream? It's like, because they do this to me. They do this shit to me. Or they're actively talking to people behind my back, because like word goes around, dude. Like, people talk and I hear things, and like, I know who's talking about me behind my back. I know who's getting in VCs and saying all the horrible things I supposedly did to them without being specific, and like, I know who these people are. I know they don't want me around this game anymore. But like, guess what, bitch? It goes both ways. I don't want you around either. And I have higher stakes in this, way higher stakes in this than you do. This game is my entire life, and I'm not gonna fucking leave it ever, so. I mean, this community is my entire life, more specifically, like. I remember when nobody played this game.
Make myself a snack.
You think I'm gonna ever give this up? Absolutely not. I'm here till the day I die, and a lot of people just don't like that. Shouldn't even say a lot. It's just a few people who cause a lot of damage.
They'll
Go.
Those people that you just mentioned, like, they seem, you know, for now. I'm just like, you have to understand, like, what I'm saying, though, right? Like, I'm at the point where I just don't know anymore, dude. I don't know who's gonna fucking turn their back on me. Even though I've done nothing to them. I've never done anything to wrong them. I've never done anything to harm them. They just are gonna turn their back on me, and everything that I've ever done for this community is gonna get thrown back in my face. You see where I'm coming from, at least, right? Like, you don't have to agree with me or think, like, I'm right 100% of the time, but I just want you to understand that perspective. Like it's a major risk for me to actually, like, invest any kind of, like personal, like friendship or acquaintanceship with people just solely based on the fact that they run the game, you know? Because a lot of these people who just solely run the game and just they don't want anything to do with me, they eventually turn into haters, and then I look like a fucking chump for ever even giving them the time of day.
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, that's a W. Thank you, Randy. Easy.
I can't hear you.
What's up, Mood? I always call you Mood because that's how your name is spelled, but I know it's Moto.
Yeah.
Yeah, Drixie's is in this chat. I mean, again, like, I think you start to realize after a while, like, who's hanging out here and who's not. But there's a very clear divide in the community, and it's over really stupid things that, like, if people just were honest about how they actually feel, this would have been over years ago. But there are literally just some people who are not willing to air anything out. And, like, that's their problem, because I can't do anything else, man.
they'll
Go.
Yeah, but, like, guess what? Sia was still in certain people's chat after that shit happened. The comments about, like, I hope that we can get SHiFT to rape me in a hotel room, so that way we can get him removed from the community. The fact that I was still seeing that person in people's chat after that was happening is mind-blowing. And that just, like, tells you, like, what kind of a community this is, where people just sit on the fence for literally everything. Like, nobody wants to get confrontational, nobody wants to stand with anybody. And I also think that part of it is that people just don't want to cooperate with me. Like, there are just some people who've been running this game for a long time. No matter what you do, they will never fucking agree with anything that I do, and they'll never cooperate with anything. Like, it would just go against their moral fiber to ever admit that I'm right about anything.
Yeah.
When I'm like, hey, stop fucking interacting with Linus Dog, person's a creep. 4 years later, sexual assault case. Hey, Etan is a leech. 2 years later, the whole Odyssey community has to deal with his bullshit and they hate his guts too. Etan is a complicated case, but, you know, he was still a fucking asshole.
Are you ready?
Thanks, Moto, for the 17 months, man. I hope so. Yo, Cody, what's up? I'm right 95% of the time. And I'm very careful, too. At all times, there are, like, discussions being had by moderation, not just, like, within this community. There are moderators from other communities, so, like, we talk to as well. They keep an eye out for people who are, like, they're creepy with kids and they go to a different community and do it there. Like, there's always intel going on. We're always, like, talking about, could this person be an alt account of this guy? Should we do anything? Should we wait for more evidence? This is literally happening all the time in this community. But nobody sees it, and all they see is like, oh, this person got banned, and then they complain that SHiFT banned them for no reason. So that's the perception, is like, yeah, he's so evil because he bans people, but like, we're always fucking having discussions behind closed doors about like, this could be a potentially dangerous person to have around the game, and we should probably wait for hard proof, but they're gonna slip up at some point. I mean, Pap is somebody who, I'm pretty sure he used to be like a literal troll, and he just came around and actually became like a normal person who runs the game. I mean, Pap is in here all the time too. Like I said, man, like, I'm not gonna be going out of my way to like make friends with people just solely based on the fact that they run the game. Because I've been burned way too many fucking times for that. And in some specific cases, I've really fucking tried. And all I've been called is a manipulator and an asshole and whatever. For literally just trying to smooth things over and build a coherent community. Like, I don't know what to do, man. It just makes my jaw drop.
Are you ready, kids?
Especially when they're still to this day saying that, like, I did all these terrible things without being specific. Like, that's what they all do. I had this conversation with Form somewhat recently, like maybe in the past like few years, where he's like, yeah, I was kind of part of that camp too, where it's like I don't like SHiFT and I'm sick of him being around the game. But then I realized that like after I talk to these people, they never explain why. They're just like, oh, I just don't like him. It's like, okay, well, thanks for complicating things and creating division where there's nothing necessary. I think people just aren't willing to admit why they have an issue. Like they're just like deeply jealous or something, or they just like they think that they'll get something out of me not being around the game. They won't admit why they don't want me around. But we really shouldn't have this kind of a problem for a community that's like outside of my sphere of things, where we all can like agree on things and we're in absolute unity, even though like we don't agree on everything. We can agree on enough things to actually get along, and there's never any problems here. The fringe area outside of the SHiFT sphere that also happens to play the game, they just have a stick up their ass for no reason. To the point where they just rather avoid making things better than, or just leave altogether. Just like let this shit go on forever, dude. Because there's no avoiding it. Like there's going to come a day when it becomes a problem again. You just, yeah, like the mature stance is that like you have to trust that the people who've been moderating the game in a relatively nice community to be in, as long as you're not like looking at like, what's going on the outside, people who are like constantly like harassing us. As long as you just look at what's going on the inside, like you can tell that it's a nice group of people. Like you can tell like we're on top of business. Like people get told to cut shit out, people get moderated, people get disciplined, like. And what you're left with is like a nice group of people to be around, but that requires moderation, because if there weren't any, you can't control who's coming into the stream. I think just based on like optics, like okay, like these guys all get along, and like when there's not bullshit happening, primarily from people on the outside of the community, like they all get along. Like there's no civil war in this area, you know what I mean? So you have to at least like take that and be like, oh, okay, like they actually give a shit, you know. They may not make every perfect decision, but they care.
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, Orion especially is somebody who like he puts a lot of effort into the moderation. And like most of these people who do put that kind of effort into it, they're not like. A lot of this stuff like gets talked about in the SHiFT moderation channels, and then we just put what we know in the bfbb server, because like that's just the dynamic of the community now. Like it's a lot easier to make these decisions and expose people on our side without having to like worry about like people like being weird and like disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing. It's worth it for us to like solve things over here first. You probably noticed that. Like most of that stuff comes from us like observing things.
I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time.
But yeah, it's just really frustrating, like year after year, like people who literally put no effort into the community criticize people who are putting effort into it. And then worse yet, they like contribute to the forces that are trying to dismantle the community, even just passively. And that's just like the worst thing ever.
They'll
Go.
Like assuming the worst of people who have literally no reason to be here except for the fact they like the game. Maybe the disconnect is that like for some people, like it's literally all they have. Like genuinely the only thing that they have going for them is the fact that they're like decent at this game. And they think that they like project that onto us, thinking that like we're the same way. Like no, most of these people really don't have to be here, man. We're here for the love of the game. We really don't need this shit. We don't need or want the attention. I'd be getting more attention at that if I weren't even playing this at this point. If that were the real goal, you know. Yeah, it could be projection, could just be jealousy, I don't know. Try to figure it out, but I'll never admit to it anyway. Anyway, this is probably one of the worst days I've had playing this game ever. I literally can't get anything started today. This is like the second day in a row that we've had this problem. Except at least yesterday we eventually got a run. Yeah, it's like, for me, it's like, when I see stuff like that happen, I'm just like, oh boy, this again. Like, somebody's leaving comments on these weird videos, somebody's like interacting with these weirdos in their server, and like, I feel like I was pretty fair to this person, I don't know why they're doing this to me. It's just time after time and time again, dude. And it's almost always people who are like at least decent at the game. Like, they're like somewhat relevant runners in the community who always do that. They just flip on a dime. One day they just decide, like, you know what, I don't like SHiFT anymore. And like, what did I do to them? I didn't do anything. Yeah. But that's why we all hang out here, though. That's why, like, the dynamic of the bfbb sphere has, like, shifted. Literally. Over the past couple of years. Like, you've definitely noticed it, that like most of the stuff that goes on as far as like community planning and moderation is here, and then it just trickles down to the rest of the community. It's easier to like have these discussions in a community where like we're all on the same page, you know? We're all on the same page, so it's easier just to like figure out like who these people are who are causing problems and figure it out amongst ourselves and then post it over there. I think a lot of people just aren't willing to admit that like this community is just like sick of the drama and bullshit. That's just like strictly associated with bfbb. Like, at least when you're here you can avoid it sometimes, you know. Like, the public perception of this game is that it's cooked, that like there's just so much drama and haters, and it's just like there's a reason why it's not popular anymore, you know. I think it's beyond just the game being hard. It's just easier to moderate things when people aren't constantly like calling you like manipulative or questioning your decisions and shit, like just for the sake of doing it, not even having a reason to, just like spewing basically. Like, literally that guy in chat earlier was like, but you ban people on a daily basis. Like, yeah, we do. That's part of running a stream. Like, imagine if your stance is like, this streamer's good because they don't ban people. That's actually being a bad streamer. Like, you have no standards for how people behave in your chat. How can you not have standards and think that a community is like, it's a house of cards. Like, the second that community gets pressed and is forced to have any kind of standards, it's just gonna fall apart. And then that's how people say, I'm tired of being around here, I'm just gonna go find a different community. Get people in here all the time who are exactly like that. They left a different community and came to this one because they got sick of how it was being moderated. Or rather, lack of moderation. And I'm just trying to keep that from happening, because it's happening all over the place right now, man. Like, a lot of communities are fucking divided and arguing over stupid ass shit. Yeah, you can just like, yeah. You're saying it doesn't impact people? I mean, it impacts everybody indirectly, dude, because like the perception of the community impacts like who plays the game and what kinds of people surround it. Like, you think it's not impacting you, but in reality there are a lot of people who would like to play the game and like to be around it, who just like, if every single time they're running the game, they just get hit with a recommendation of like, SHiFT did this fucking heinous thing with no proof, and here's a thumbnail of him raging. Like, it just gets tiring. Like, you don't want your leader to be like portrayed in an unfair way like that. Even if it were like true, it's like regardless. It's just like, oh, this is the game that I play, and like, it looks bad, like, you know. It's like people aren't it's the perception that people aren't behind the game, like that these people who are like surrounding bfbb just like hate the community. And stuff like that is corrosive, man. It impacts everybody. And that's the complaint that I've heard from like the guy who was just talking in that server the other day. Is like, oh, I just wish that it were popular like it was back in the day. Like, people don't understand that their actions have consequences, or their inaction has consequences. If everybody stood firm on Hazel's ban, or suspension rather, to the point where she was actually forced to reflect and confront herself about the shit that she said on Twitter, this this community would have healed within like a month. But the fact that people were divided on it is just literally a big reason why we're in this situation now. I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see what I do. The way things are going, I have no idea when that run will happen, if it'll ever happen. I said hours ago that I gave up on runs today, so I'm just playing for the sake of keeping muscle memory now. Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm saying, is like the fact that people like actively try to avoid it, and still, I guess you're different because you're not like actively running or streaming the game, I don't think, but the people who actively stream the game and like benefit from the community existing, and also like say like, I'm not part of the community, but I'm just like gonna I'm avoiding the community so I don't have to get involved in the drama. They're actively making the community worse by doing that. Like, it's kind of your responsibility if you're actively benefiting from what we built here and are trying to maintain, to actually like have some kind of a stance on this, dude. As I'm saying, because like throughout the years, they're literally predatory on that. Like even like Etan, like I mean he was more overt about it, but like he was one of those people who just like, at first he didn't have a stance on it. Like, hey, I just got banned from SHiFT chat. He's a horrible person. And right then and there, like the dignified thing to do if you're like part of the community that like clearly this guy is like helping build up. You know, like you just say, you know, I'm not gonna accept that kind of talk here. If you want to talk trash about him, don't bring it into my chat. Bam. Like that's all we're expecting, you know. But there have been people throughout the community's history who've just not done that. They just ignored it or just outright encouraged it. I'm trying to say that like the attitude of like we're all separate, nobody cares about what anybody's doing to anybody, makes us all look weak. It makes this community look weak. And what happens when you look weak? Bullies come in. And the reason why we have bullies is because the community looks weak. And we've had this problem for years, dude. This community's looked weak ever since Sin got banned. Ever since Sin did what he did and rightfully was banned from the community, there's been a perceived divide, and there have always been bullies who have taken advantage of it ever since. And it's trickled down to what exists now with this fucking weird ID active kid who's like manning this shit at the moment. It's literally all just a long-term product of things like that going on for years and years. If the community were strong, nobody would try this shit. Zim? No, Sin. Sin. This is what we were talking about earlier. To be fair though, this community was already kind of falling apart before that. Like Ringo and Sin were both like arguing over some shit with like, I don't even remember exactly what that was about. I think that was actually like literally like the dick pic thing. I think that was actually how that came to light. Yeah, no, it all started because of fucking Sin being weird. That's literally what started all this shit. When Sin sent the dick pic to that girl that Ringo was talking to, because they were both teenagers, and then Ringo exposed it, And like all of like the Sin like followers, like Mannix, Keys, Gandon, or whatever. Mannix might not have been one of them, I don't remember, but they all attacked him because he exposed Sin for being a creep. I just want, like, imagine what this community would be if I weren't around, dude. Like, literally, like, Sin would be the fucking leader of the community. Like, straight up, bro. Like, straight up, dude. He's tried to come back over the last, like, year and a half or so. So wild, dude. And I liked Sin, too. I didn't even dislike the guy, but, like, what he did was unacceptable. And, like, he's never coming back, dude. Like, that's the last thing we need is to fucking, like, signal that, like, that's okay, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, like, it's crazy how, like, this community actually was, like, perfectly fine until the fucking Sin dick pic. Like, now that I really think about it, that's what started this shit. Because it all kind of exploded when Sin and Ringo were playing against each other in a tournament bracket. And, like, there was just, like, very, very bad vibes during that whole thing. Like, everybody really hated each other, and there was a lot of division over that shit. And then Sin got arrested, and that kind of, like, solved it once and for all. Like, people believed at that point that, like, he actually did the things people said he did. I mean, I was working on it, dude. I was literally working on it. I'm like, you know what, man? This channel is for, like, resources, history videos about the game, speedruns. Yeah, he was a speedrunner of the game many years ago. He was actually, I mean, he was the most likely person to have gotten partnered from streaming the game back in the day. Imagine a world where, like, I mean, like, it was a good dynamic where, like, Sin and I got along, and like the weirdos were like he could like babysit them in his chat and like keep them pacified, you know. But he turned out to be a creep, and like it just kind of ruined everything. Honestly. I see what you're saying. You're saying that like I can't choose, but like I understand what you're saying, but like.
What?
It's not about me. It's not about like my personal interactions with people. I just want this community is my life's work, dude. Like, it's not even about like whether I'm actively interacting with people. It's not like, oh, like I perceive the community to be bad because like I'm forced to interact with it. Like, of course you can avoid parts that you want to avoid, but like I get the full picture, you know. Or maybe that's what you're saying. Maybe we're agreeing that like it's easy to avoid it, but like I'm saying that like that's the attitude that got us here, is that like so many people in this community are like complacent with being able to avoid it until it becomes a problem, which is literally what happened with the Hazel stuff, because again, like that side of the community was complacent with avoiding conflict until the conflict directly involved them. And then, like, it just all fell apart because they couldn't pick a side on it. Or worse yet, some people sided with Hazel, and that just made things even worse. You know? And, like, nobody was, like, trying to thought police Hazel, because, again, like, the whole transgender thing is, like, there are a lot of different transgender communities that have a lot of different opinions on what it is to be transgender. So you can't, like, vilify somebody for what they think in that regard. But at the same time, like, I think it's objectively true that if you're being rude to somebody about their beliefs or making a mockery of it when they're literally, like, not impacting you in any way, as far as speedrunning is concerned. Like, if you have two groups of people disagreeing on what it means to be transgender, or like the legitimacy of like the pronoun stuff and whatnot, you know, it's pretty obvious that like you don't need to have that kind of a debate as a speedrun figurehead, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not a necessary, and it's like quite harmful, especially because a good fucking portion, like if 1% of the population is like in that boat, you know, maybe like 15% of it, like 15% of the speedrun population is probably like part of that community, you know? That's a very large portion of people who are rightfully going to be annoyed by that if you're just being rude about it. But like the uncalled for like jokes about like calling people what they want to be called and shit, like that stuff is just not appropriate. Like nobody's gonna vilify you for thinking it, but keep it to yourself, you know. And that's all we wanted. It was just like, well, like these two people like disagree on something that is fundamentally like their opinion, so like you can't like rightfully ban somebody for that. But I mean, we chose like 6 months suspension with an appeal, and I think that was like 6 months is literally nothing, dude. But the way that Hazel kind of put it out was like, I'm banned because they disagree with me. Like, SHiFT just was afraid of getting canceled and whatever. Like, yeah, because I sit on here and talk about shit like this all day. I'm so afraid of what people think of me, man. It's like, it's just really annoying, dude. I don't know, when you're around people every day that are impacted by comments like that, it makes you actually give a shit, but, you know, when you're a narcissist and you just only care about being right, of course you wouldn't have that in consideration, you know. I don't know, this community, again, like I wouldn't say that this community is like the majority of it is like LGBT or whatever, but like that's like kind of the point, is like if nobody's gonna say like stop if people are being rude, you know. It's all the more reason that somebody needs to fucking do it, because nobody else will do it, you know. It's like they have the right to play the game. Yeah, I mean, I'm also running, so it's hard for me to like read everything you're saying. Like, I think that we're on the same page. I mean, you're a pretty reasonable person. Like, we're not like disagreeing, I don't think. Just being a figurehead, like, you're a figurehead for the speedrun, you know, like, you're, like, revered and, like, appreciated for having contributed to a game. Like, you don't need to fucking, like, become political all of a sudden, you know. Just kind of reflects poorly on everybody, you know. Like, we didn't choose to be this way. We didn't choose to gain popularity on the internet for playing a game, you know. But once you kind of have these sets of responsibilities that you're kind of required to at least take into consideration. You know? Like, everything that I do, just whether positively or negatively, it impacts the image of the game. And when you had that much influence, like, you're kind of expected to do the same things, like have the same mindset. Otherwise, things are gonna get bad. Like, the consequences that your community falls apart, and like some people just don't care about that, which is like at the end of the day, like they're just gonna end up leaving anyway, and then we just gotta rebuild and figure out like who actually does care about how their own image impacts the image of the community, within reason, obviously. Because you know, like, you can't, like, get mad at people for, like, arguing over stuff that's, you know, just, like, people are gonna be rude, and if it's a behavioral problem or it's a constant thing where people are arguing, like, that's one thing, but, for example, like, we're not gonna fucking ban somebody for, like, raging at the game, you know? It's like, oh, you make the game look bad by being mad at it, like, nobody would ever stand for that shit. That's not reasonable, but making somebody feel bad about like they prefer to be called this, you know, that's just like not necessary. You can't necessarily force somebody to call them that thing, but like being rude about it is like the next level of just being a jerk, you know. It would depend on the argument, yeah. You didn't submit one of your PBs because you were yelling in it. Well, I mean, like, yeah, we all get mad. I would still submit your run, though. You know? But, like, I get it. Some people will get embarrassed. I think you just gotta own it. Yeah, I've just grown not to care. Personally, I just don't care anymore.
Oh, nice flying, head thing move by Patrick.
The thing about Hazel is just like, it was just like snarky remarks about like hypothetical scenario to like show like this, like according to Hazel again, like I'm not stating my own opinions here, like the ridiculousness of, again, I'm getting into dicey territory here because people are just gonna take what I'm saying out of context. There was a thing posted on it in the news channel of the BFB server a while ago, but honestly, this happened 4 years ago. The stuff that Hazel said and defended is not really the main point. And honestly, that wasn't even the main point, like, for the majority of this whole drama thing. The problem is that, like, when Hazel came back to the community, there was an effort by her to, like, go behind the moderator, like, circumvent the moderators and, like, try to get other people to, like, weasel her back into the community. And there are a few things that happen with other people who stream the game or, like, task the game to try and, like, use them to, like, ha, see, I can still play the game and still be involved in it even though you guys don't want me here. And the rest of the community thinks that I'm right and you're wrong. But the bottom line is that she was being disingenuous about the whole situation, and the people who were involved with all that, like, they didn't want to hear the other side anyway. They were given a chance to, like, read these messages, and they were given a chance to have this discussion and voice their concerns when this was going on, but they chose not to. They were just looking for a they were looking for an excuse to be like, oh, well, it's convenient for us that Hazel is not being a fucking dick because she's gonna find strats in the game and make it faster. But people were just looking for an excuse to cope with it and be like, yeah, this person's fine to have around. Without any kind of, like, all that we really wanted Hazel to do was just be like, yeah, I realize that I have a responsibility as a public figure, whether I like it or not, to not say divisive things regarding, like, gender or politics when people are kind of depending on us as, like figureheads of the community. That's, like, kind of all we wanted, you know? Yeah, the apology was not okay, and a lot of it was just, like, pointing fingers at people who were accusing her of stuff, and, like, I think that people in this community who don't understand, like, fully what happened, because they weren't on Twitter, like, a lot of people from other speedrunning communities had the exact same issues. So it wasn't just us, like, it was a lot of people from other communities, and, like, people who, like, knew them in person, at GDQ, wherever it was, said, like, they experienced things in person that weren't okay, and, like, there's a lot of shit, a lot of, like, you can kind of put it together that, like, there's bad stuff going on. There needed to be some kind of, like, some kind of address to it that was actually appropriate. And again, it was a 6-month suspension with appeal, and it wasn't so much the fact that, like, the things that Hazel said were so bad that banned forever, right? Like, no, that wasn't it at all. It's just the fact that, like, after 6 months, we tried to smooth things over and be like, Hazel's never gonna reach out, we just need to, like, try to, like, get this going so people can, like, get along again. Because everybody was arguing over it. And then the response we got was, oh, well, if you have to reach out, then that means you're the one who's wrong, which is like, no, like, we're not narcissists like you are, like, we're not doing this to, like, make ourselves feel better. We want the community to feel whole again. Like, just absolutely no consideration for other people, man. Especially in a community that, like, again, she left this community. She left it, and only came back once I made it popular. And gave a platform for her to come back to. And then I fucking made the history videos glorifying all of her accomplishments. And that's the thanks I get, is just fucking, like, letting the community rip itself apart. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, that's, like, I'm fucking blown away by that shit. Especially, like, a year after I fucking was the bigger man with the whole GDQ situation. Like, yeah, I shouldn't have said the word, even though, like, really it was, honestly, like, the guy who got called that name was fucking doxing the whole community for, like, 6 months. So it was understandable why I said it, especially because, like, people weren't even using the word that way in 2018. Like, you could definitely make an argument that I didn't deserve to be punished by GDQ. But I still took accountability for it, because, like, what does that do? Like, does it make you look better just, like, trying to fight it? Like, I'm not, like, so, like, attached to that word that I have to fucking defend myself for using it, dude. If the result of that is just dividing the community over it, the result is that GDQ was gracious of us not fucking digging into them. The game got back in, like, within like a year and a half, the game was already getting invited back to GDQ. Anybody who plays this game in GDQ after that shit has me to thank for that, by the way. Because I could have very well just turned it against GDQ and fucking started this whole campaign to, like, take them down with all the thousands of people who came to me saying, like, you gotta take them down, SHiFT, we hate them too. You know how many people in that situation with over 1,000 viewers in their chat telling them, like, you have to stop, like, you have to stop GDQ from being evil, blah, 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 would just go with the hype and be like, yeah, I have everybody behind me, and like, everybody hates GDQ, and so do I. And, like, this is the thanks that I get for actually doing the right thing, right? I mean, like, look at what followed, right? Look at what came after that whole, like, getting on a stage and taking accountability for all the shit that I fucking did, right? Like, we had the literal best era this community ever had following that. Because nobody had a reason to hate. Everybody was on the same page. It was the F slur. I called somebody in my chat that word because they were stalking and harassing this community. Not just myself, but other people like Curtis. And the only person I can... And Cullen, I guess, as well. Like, they were stalking, harassing, and doxing a bunch of people in the community for a very long time. Every single day, non-stop. And I said, at one point, like, stop being a this word, you know? And then I got banned for it because they mass reported me. But they tried to remove that context from it. The people who were doing this shit to me, they tried to remove the context from it and tell GDQ, like, look at what this guy said to a poor, helpless LGBT community member. Like, oh, he's bullying somebody from that community, when I just used the word against somebody who was not even relative to that at all. And I still took accountability for not using a better word, like avoiding using that word altogether is what I should have done. And I still, like, had been punished for it and had taken the steps to change my vocabulary a year prior to this. And they just took the clip and they pretended like it had just happened and, like, you need to ban this guy. So I got banned from another event because of it. And they're just, like, throwing the clip back and forth in my face, trying to, like, get me banned from everything is what their whole plan was. And I exposed it, but I also didn't, like, I said, like, GDQ needs to, like make better decisions in the future. I shouldn't have said the word. GDQ shouldn't have banned me. And these are the people who are responsible for trolling them, is this group that's been doing this shit to me for a long time. And all of Twitter was pretty much aware of that shit. And the guy who was running the Twitter account deactivated and left the internet. That's all it took, was everybody standing together and being like, what you're doing is not okay, and they eventually fucked off. Yeah, it was also 2018 when, like, that was when a lot of streamers were getting banned for using that word, because it was just common vocabulary at that point. A lot of streamers used that word to describe, like, not as a slur, you know what I mean? That was that era when people were using that word, like 6 years ago. Yeah, and again, like, I didn't necessarily owe anybody that apology, but the consequence of not owning up to it and, like, being a better figurehead for the community is raising a community that just throws around slurs like that all the time. And, like, is that what you want? Like, maybe some people like that, but, like, I'll tell you what, like, this community would not have gotten nearly as big on Twitch as it did during that time, and Rehydrated as a streaming game would never have happened the way it did. And I'm sure that Purple Lamp would have thought twice about inviting me to the fucking studio to test the game, and all the PR that came with that, and all the IGN you know, collaborations with the devs explaining the speedrunning, and Guinness Book of World Records, and Walmart magazine, like all the influencers talking about how great the speedrunning community is. Would that have all happened if I just said, well guys, I was in the right for using the word because it's my choice and I didn't choose to be a public figure, I'm just an artist? If I did the same shit that Hazel did to this community literally 1 year after, this community would have been in shambles before it even got a chance to get started. And that's what pisses me off about the whole Hazel situation, because the double standard where it's like, oh, well, Hazel is good because fine strats in game, and we're gonna ignore the fact that, like, there was literally a fucking guidebook for this shit written the year before fucking did all that shit on Twitter. Literally this guy, like the guy who's saying, like, this person needs to fucking take accountability, did it himself. It's just, the whole thing pisses me off, man, because the double standard is crazy, dude. If you switch the roles, and Hazel was the one who said the slur to the doxer, and I'm the one who made the comments about gender, if you switch the fucking roles, dude, 9 times out of 10, it goes down differently. You know what I'm trying to say. But I don't owe anything to any community, though, is my point. There are consequences for your actions, but the gay community is not like first off, what even is that? Like, if you're gay, you're gay. Like, there is no, like, gay community outside of, like Twitter and, like, the internet where people, like, organize, like, based on their own interests, right? Like, I don't owe it to every single gay person in the world to apologize for the word. I did it because I didn't want the community to be known as a homophobic community. But I don't owe anybody anything, dude. Like, I don't, like, for example, like, if somebody, like, started, like calling me, like a dirty Italian or something, like, nobody owes it to, like, the Italian community for saying the word, you know? The consequence is that you're not going to be liked by people who fall into that category most of the time. And that's most of the time. Because just because you're gay doesn't mean you think the exact same way as every other person who's also gay. There are plenty of gay people who think that shit's funny. They don't care. Like, I think it's kind of stupid to, like, group people into a thinking category just because of, like, their sexual preferences. Like, that doesn't make any sense. The bottom line is, though, like, if you want to use words like that, you're going to repel people who care about those issues, and, like, that's just a bad look for speedrunning or any topic that you're doing, you know? Yeah, it's like, again, like, you're just labeling, you're labeling people based on, like what their sex or what they think or, like, what color their skin is. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, people have their own brains, you know? Like, just because you feel or think this way doesn't mean that you think you're gonna, like, feel this way about a certain thing. But it still stands true that, like, if you use words like that, there are consequences for using those words, and the consequences are bigger if you're gonna use those words as a figurehead of a community, because it rubs off on everybody else. Even if I personally think the word is funny or whatever, like, I still shouldn't use it because it makes everybody else in the community look bad by extension. And that's the mentality that we expected of Hazel, and she didn't provide it.
Up we go!
It's a choice. The consequence is that people aren't going to want to talk to you anymore. Like, cancel culture is not real. That's not a real thing. The consequence for using certain words is that people don't want to be around you, and certain corporations aren't going to want to associate with you. Because it's a brand threat. And, like, the same thing with online communities. Like, there are consequences for the things that you say. Yeah, and, like, it was, like, I'm not trying to justify it, dude. Like, I'm not asking people to defend me on something that happened 6 years ago when I literally said myself I shouldn't have used it. My point is, though, that, like, that's the attitude that we expect from people who are going to be a figurehead of the game. And when Hazel was put in the same position 1 year later, she did not rise to the occasion. And that's the reason why she was suspended. That's, like, genuinely, like, from the core up, the reason why. Because we have higher standards than that. And it was, yeah, like, a lot of streamers were getting banned for it in 2018 because it was being thrown around like crazy at that time. And 2018 just happened to be the cutoff year where the corporations decided we don't want this word on our platforms anymore. That's just when it happened. So it happened because it happened, and like, again, like, legality and morality are not the same thing, but it's up to you to decide what your community is going to look like. If the tides are turning and people really don't like that word, are you really, like, is the word more important to you than the integrity of the community? Or the optics of the community? Like, probably not. Yes, and that's part of the reason why we don't promote that task here, yeah. And it's not just because, like, it's not because of the, like, the opinions and stuff, it's more because of the division that that person caused in the community. And it's just, like, it's just shitty to talk about. This community has an awesome task section. A lot of people task the game, and they're very good at it. You know, there are plenty of tasks for the game, not full game ones that, like, you can turn your attention to. But yeah, I don't support that person. I don't want that person around. It's just dangerous to have somebody around like that who always has to be right. Because, like, what happens when the next thing goes down? What happens when, like, the next time somebody comes in here and divides the community and nobody's on the same page? Like, I'm just saying, like, that's not the last time we're gonna be tested, dude. We're not gonna be, we're not going to be like smooth sailing from this point on. The bigger the community gets, the more problems we're going to deal with. And the less organized the community is, you know, it just sucks people turn out to be pedophiles, man. Like, the exact same thing happened with, like, the sexual assault and pedophilia in the Smash community, where, like, they had leadership and they were all on the same page, but certain people ended up being creeps and they got banned. And unfortunately they had to be creeps, but, like, the bottom line is that there's an issue with that community in a lot of spots. There's, like, not leadership on core issues where it, like, takes too long to make a decision on, like, people's bans, the legality of hardware. Like, they're just not really on the same page for a lot of things, and, like, there needs to be more leaders, you know? Yeah. Well, that kind of ties into this, because all this stuff, like, started around that time when these allegations came out about, like, Zero and the other Smashers. You know, that was around the same time. The speedrunning community started to do the same thing. It's like the Me Too thing, right? Like, the Me Too movement was kind of like what that was. Where there were a lot of speedrunners who were getting outed for doing, like, dumb shit. Or just straight up, like, awful shit. Right? Well, somebody in our community was one of those people who came up, and that's exactly what we're talking about today. So that's, again, like, this stuff still impacts communities years later. It happens to every community. It's going to happen again. People can't be in the mindset that, like, oh, like, it's never gonna happen again. Like, no, you can't pray for easier times. You can only pray to be stronger men. That's John F. Kennedy, right? Like, you have to learn how to deal with these things and build a community that can deal with it. Because praying that it's never gonna happen, it's going to happen again. And, like, the next time it happens, if, like, the figureheads of the community are, like, fucking, like, Hazel again, right? That's a person who's been proven to be unreliable and divisive, and, like, that's the main reason why that person can't come back. Because we can't just come down to earth and be like, yeah, that wasn't the cool thing to say. And, like, we gotta be better. We gotta have a better community, you know? We can't be that way. And someday there will be a day when I fuck up too, and I hope that people hold me accountable for it, but I'm just not certain they would. And I guess that's good for me, like, objectively, but it's bad for the game, and that bothers me, because I've dedicated my life to this game at this point. And, you know, I would just hope, like, I just know that I can't fuck up, man. Like, if I fuck up, it's over. And, like, when you recognize that, it's like, you know, it sucks, but it is what it is. Like, I've lived a great life. I lived an amazing adulthood where I've been able to stream video games for a living. And if the consequences, like, I can't just fucking, like, spew politics and, like, have all these wild opinions and shit, like, so be it, you know? Like, I understand my role. People have given me hundreds of thousands of dollars at this point. because they love what we do with the game and they love how the community is. Like, it'd be pretty entitled for me to just like think like they owe me something at this point when it comes to like the way that I behave, at least, you know. That'd be just crazy. I mean, I'll never end up... I mean, I have a degree. Like, it's not like there wasn't a backup plan. But, like, I don't need backup plans, dude. I'm smart. I always land on my feet. A lot of streamers are in that boat, though. They have a backup plan. Like, I have a degree or something. Pretty sure Small Ant's the exact same. But like, there is no fucking backup, dude. It's fucking do or die, man. It's battle for Bikini Bottom forever. It's bfbb forever, bros. If this again, like, it's kind of funny you say that, because like that's how a lot of people perceive this community, is that like I'm a dictator. But like, if that even, let's say it is true, for instance, right? If there's only one person who's willing to take leadership, which is not true, I may be one of the only vocal people who takes leadership. I'm more like a spokesperson for the bureaucracy. There's like a bureaucracy of people who care about the game. And I'm the one who has the greatest signal, so I'm the one who speaks it, because like my voice goes further and louder, you know. But some people do perceive that as being a dictatorship. But you got a point though, like if it actually were a dictatorship, like it maybe was back in like 2017 when nobody else was doing anything. That's not true. Ringo Tongo used to be based. He actually was somebody who was doing something back then, but that's literally the fucking Weekle shit. Like, he's the dictator and Ringo Tongo's in his pocket. Like, that's like literally what that was. But like, was I a bad dictator? Was I not trying to get people involved with the moderation? Was I not like inviting people from all different sides of the aisle, like Colin Winnow and Conquer Hacks back when he was talking to like the Sin people? Like, was I not trying to did I not add Purple Foundation as a mod? Like, did I not, like, try to take consideration for all different parts of the community and represent the different people who play the game? Did I not do that and then realize it's stupid and that we shouldn't be divided over a game like this and you should only mod people who are actually mature? I made mistakes, but they were never in bad faith, dude. So yeah, maybe if I was a dictator back when the community was tiny and nobody else was willing to stand up and do something, I was a good dictator, dude. No, that guy had a whole thing where like he was involved with the fucking hate server and like he's not around anymore. He's kind of a degenerate asshole, honestly. Like, he just says a lot of like really nasty shit when he's angry, and he gets very triggered very easily. So, not the kind of person you want to have around a game like this. But yeah, the fact that he backstabbed me and betrayed all of us is just pretty fucked up. And to this day, he kind of downplays it, saying like, I made my choice, like I don't really understand the big deal other than the fact that like I fucked up. Like, he just has like no consideration over like what it did to the community and how it divided us. And like, he has no consideration for how this affected Jared, and like lying to Jared and all that shit just affected all of us, like the original like group of friends. And it took forever to even get him to like even confront Jared and give him some kind of closure on this shit. Not saying Jared asked for it, but you know, I feel like that was part of our friendship that kind of needed to be like sealed away, as like Jared and I had that thing that happened a couple of years ago, and the whole thing was just like Ringo saying shit to us behind our backs and pitting us against each other. So like we all kind of deserved that explanation. And like, things are all good now, but it did cause a lot of problems for a long time. And like the guy, the Ringo I'm talking about, thinks he kind of like comes off as this guy who thinks he's like this ultra evolved, like super based human being who's just like, it is what it is, man. But like, the reality is, like, if it is what it is, then why are you fucking watching rage comps, and why are you in these servers reading shit that they're doing and then lying about it? Like, if it really doesn't bother you, why are you fucking reaching out to me in my DMs and saying abhorrent shit about my cat who passed away? Like why are you trying to, like, tug on the feels and, like, bother me emotionally if this really doesn't matter to you? Like, you're such a tough guy, dude. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, you're just too base and too stoic for me, man. Just because you're a fucking psychopath, I guess. But, yeah, it's not my problem anymore. Apparently he's doing well now. Apparently he has a full-time job, which apparently he's been able to hold a job for longer than a year without quitting over his ego getting hurt from being told what to do. That's cool. I'm happy for him. Apparently he does what he has to do as far as taking care of himself now. Genuinely a good thing that a lot of people don't do. But he seems to think that because he does normal human being adult things, that he can now take the moral high ground on me because he played a large role in fucking up this community that I now have to fucking clean up the mess of. So, I mean, when he gets name dropped on stream, like, it's like, okay, would you rather me just like not mention you by name? Like, because we have to talk about this stuff and people ask about it. I'm not gonna protect you. Like, I'm not gonna like be your little buddy and like protect you and that. You know, like, that's not gonna be me. What reason do I have? Yeah, it's like, I've been over this shit, dude. Like I said, like, I was mentally preparing for this shit for a long time before he was even in that server saying that shit about me. I'd already been making new friends and realizing, like, wow, these people who are in my corner really don't even like me. And, like, Jared and I have, like come to terms on that stuff, and I really do think that, like, we've turned a new leaf and we can get along now, but, like, you know, some of the other people who were around that stuff, like, I knew that they always resented me and they didn't like me and, like, they were secretly saying things behind my back, and I was unfortunately, like, when you're a streamer and you make friends after you become popular, you can never really tell, like, who actually thinks certain things about you and whatnot. So, I kind of, like, got better at picking friends. In, like, 2021, I started making better friends, and I kind of realized, like, I didn't have to think about, like, looking over my shoulder. Like, I know these people aren't going to talk shit about me. And I started thinking to myself, like, wait a minute, like, have I really, like, been living my life like this all these years? Like, the super acquaintances, like, they're talking about me behind my back and I know they are and I'm, like, okay with it. Like, there are people who, like, you can be friends with who don't do that shit to you. And it kind of, like, blew my fucking mind when I realized that, like, holy shit, like, the day is gonna come where these people are honest with me and they tell me how they really feel. And, like, maybe some of them will be around after and some of them won't be, but, like, it's gonna explode someday. And then movie madness happened and then they all just fucking told me how they felt, and, like, that was that. Like, some people we made up, some people we didn't, but, like, it is what it is, you know? Like, what happened happened, and now people have to know what happened, I guess. Like, I'm not, like, sticking my neck out to protect and defend the guys who did that shit to me anymore, dude. Like, I defended them enough for many years, and they're just, like, talking trash behind my back. And, like, it's, like, people ask me, like, what happened to Ringo Tongo, like, what reason do I have to not be honest, man? Of course I'm gonna fucking tell you what happened. When you reap what you sow, sometimes, I guess, like, the consequences weren't worth doing what you did, I suppose. And it especially sucked with that guy, because, like, I felt like a fucking idiot, dude. I'm like, this is a guy that, like, I've literally never said anything behind his back negatively, ever. I've never fucking been mean to him. I've always supported him. I was always a good friend. Even through the time, like, literally, like, the 5-year period where I knew he was talking behind my back and he didn't like me and he was jealous of me and he had all these issues with me trying to motivate him to play the game. Like, he always had these reservations against me that, like, I kind of took them as fact, like, oh, you know what, like, someday he'll grow out of it, and, like, whatever, like, he's my friend, right? Like, I have to be friends with this guy. We're, like, the original group that played the game, we have to be friends. I just kept telling myself this shit. Just, like, torturing myself. That's why I fucking hated myself, man. Like, 2021, I was starting to really get fucking sad and upset about, like, just a lot of things, not realizing what was wrong. And I wouldn't even say that I really had it fully figured out until maybe even this year. When I realized, like, you know what? Like, this guy is trying so hard to, like, convince me that his life is great. And that he's, like, he's got it so good, bro. And, like, he's, in reality, he's, like, in Discord servers, like, reading people's hate messages and, like, watching rage videos. Like, how good can you really have it if you're still thinking about this stuff, dude? And he went as far to even say, like, oh, I still play the game, I still love it, like, I don't care. Like, I could have guessed that myself because you're still following me.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? It's like you're trying so hard to prove that, you know, you're beyond this, but you're just not, and like, whatever. Thanks, Agent, for the 8 months. Like, I don't know why you're trying to convince me of this shit. Like, I just don't care. Of course I'm gonna mention it. Like, I'll still tell stories about Etan being a fucking leech. Like, you can call me petty. Like, absolutely, I'll own up to that. I'm absolutely petty. 1000% petty. But, like, to say that, like, to try and, like, flip it on me and be like, oh, you care so much about me, dude. You're just lying. You're just trying to be, like, guarded. Like, no, man. Like, you're the one who reached out to me. You're the one who was watching rage videos where you got name dropped at some point. Like, I don't fucking even know anything about you anymore. But you seem to know everything about me. Like, at least you think you do from, like, watching my stream parasocially. Like, you're still around, dude. And, like, I haven't thought about you since the last time somebody asked about you. Same thing, like, tonight, like, I'm sure this gets clipped and uploaded and clickbait in the title, and then he fucking bothers me at some point about it, maybe. Or he'll convince himself, like, he's still talking about me, he cares so much. Like, in reality, like, we've talked about, like, 30 people tonight, and it took, like, hours to even come to this point. Always these people's defense, though, like, IDIAC does the same thing. Rent-free in his head. Like, yeah, you guys fucked up my life's work. You fucked up my community. Like, of course I'm not gonna like it. But there are a lot of people who contributed to that, not just you. But yeah, I just got better at picking friends, man. And I'm really happy that Jared and I could make up and, like, figure things out. He's somebody who's grown a lot, and, like, I could tell that, like, again, like, he was the one who got the worst end of the stick here because he was in the dark with everybody because, like, he was being lied to. And I was just confused, so, like, I wasn't talking to him because I thought he was, like, genuinely, like, he'd, like, gone crazy or something, but, like, in reality, he was just being fucking told bullshit by somebody who pretended to be my friend. So, it's just all stupid, dude. And, like, I'm glad that, like, we were able to, like, repair some of this stuff. At the end of the day, Jared and I have been through this before. Like, this same guy has, you know, emotionally, like, made the call that, like, oh, we gotta stop talking to Jared, or, like, we gotta, like, pull Jared out of this thing, or, like, Jared's being ridiculous because of this behavior, and he's, like, out of the group, and in the group, and out of the group again, and, you know, like, Jared put it really nicely, like, at one point when I was talking to him, he said that, like, we never had these issues when it was just Shoy, him, and I. The three of us never had these issues ever. So, like, he kind of figured it out that way, that, like, the common denominator is, like, somebody in that group was causing problems, and it wasn't between us. And that's not, like, the whole basis for why we were able to make up, but, like, it's a big part of, I assume, like, what encouraged him to even, like reach out to me in the first place, so. Like, clearly we're, like, sitting here thinking about, like, what went wrong, how to, like, prevent future friendships from going wrong even, you know. But, yeah, it's like, sometimes all it takes is one person, yeah. Yeah, that guy's a psychopath, dude. I mean, he reached out at one point to, like, give condolences for Sonny's death, saying, like, oh, you know, like, that cat was the only cat that ever liked me, like, I could tell how much he meant to you and how good of an upbringing he had or whatever. And I'm like, oh, thanks, like, you know, like, I don't like this person, but, like, I'm just gonna be peaceful, you know. And he tries reaching out to me again, like, for some, like, random, like, bullshit, like, yo, bro, like, just, like, reaching out, like, some joke about, like, the Kendrick Lamar beef. I'm like, okay, we're not really on these kinds of terms. Like, I'll accept condolences for a lost family member, but I'm not gonna, like, joke about you with, like, some pop culture shit. So I'm just gonna ignore that. And then, I guess at some point between then and, like, a couple of months from that point, I mentioned on stream that he's like reaching out to me, trying to like become friends with me again, as a rebuttal against the people who are like saying like, oh, he lost all of his friends. Like, no, they lost me. Like, that was the whole point that I was making there. I'm sure of it.
Number one in the...
I probably made fun of him. I probably said some unnecessary things, sure. But what he did in response to that was very disgusting, and I had to check with somebody else to make sure that I wasn't crazy for thinking this, but he's like, he reaches out after, like, first off, why are you watching these videos in the first place? He's like, hey, like, I don't know why you're name dropping me on stream because I reached out to you about, because your dead cat had you low counts, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, you're just gonna, like, nonchalantly say some shit like that? Like, have you ever fucking lost a family member or a pet or anything? Or you're just a psychopath who just feels nothing when something like that happens? And I immediately called that out and he just backpedaled, and then it just became a fucking waste of my time. But the bottom line is that I got him to apologize to Jared, and that was like the main thing we got out of that. Yeah, that guy is a fucking asshole, dude. Just a sadistic asshole. And he always kind of was, too. He always instigated fights with people in this community non-stop. I was just on the end. I wasn't on the receiving end of it, so like I was like blind to it, or I just chose to ignore it. But he's always been like that, dude. He's always been a nasty fucking person whenever he gets emotional. And the fact that he is getting emotional about that shit and like watching rage compilations after he apologized up and down for doing that shit to me, like, I don't know what to say, man. Like, you're still thinking about this shit, you're still booting up Battle for Bikini Bottom and practicing, like, reliving the glory days. Like, I don't really care, like, if you're, like, I'm happy that you're well off now, apparently, and you're, like, taking care of yourself, and you're doing adult things, and not acting like a fucking jealous baby, but, like, you're still clearly not over this stuff, and, like, I don't have the privilege to get over it. Like, this is all attached to my fucking stream and my community. Like, as far as me personally, like, it doesn't impact me at all, but it impacts my game that I'm trying so hard to repair, you know? It impacts the image of the game, it impacts the history of the game. So, like, what are you really getting at of saying, like, you just gotta move on, bro? Like, I would love to, but as long as people are constantly asking about it, and fucking haters are just, like, looking for any opportunity to, like, make up stories about, like, people I used to talk to, it's gonna get brought up at certain points. Like, nobody escapes that. It's just like you're not used to being on the receiving end. Like, Sin still gets brought up, and it's been like 7 years. Like, these are people, like, they're just part of the history of the game's culture, I guess. Like, you gotta learn from the past, I guess. That's what it boils down to. And it's really hard, like, bringing out the comment that he made about Sunny like that, because, like, it's one thing to make a disgusting comment like that, but it's another to, like, having only, like, a month or so prior pretend like you actually care and be sorry, as if it's not just an excuse to try and talk to me. Like, fuck off. And then I gotta tell, like, explain to people, like, he's the one who's trying to reach out to me. I gotta fucking explain that to people for some reason. Get out of here, man. It's actually a joke, dude. I'm not the one who should be explaining anything. I mean, they burn the bridge, and then they get mad at me for not building it back for them. Quite exactly. Like, the bridge was burned when you went in that server and did that shit, and then you thought you could try to fix it, and like, you couldn't fix it. And even when you were actively trying to repair it, you're still talking shit about me to somebody behind my back. I mean, the whole thing is just, like, so dishonest, and, like, he's still, like, again, doing the thing where it's like, what can I do to get this person to like me again? And this is what psychopaths do, right? Like, he realizes that he no longer needs this game because he's dropped his dreams of being a streamer officially. Like, he's over it. Apparently. Apparently, he's no longer flirting with the idea of streaming. So, now he thinks he's a big tough guy and he can come in my DMs and say some disgusting shit about my cat. And act like a fucking tough guy because he has nothing to lose. Like, yeah, I'm above you, bro. Like, no, you're fucking not, dude. You're cope. You took a day job because you couldn't succeed doing what I do. And that's always what you'll be to me. I really don't care how much money you make. I really don't care what kind of a lifestyle you live. I literally live frugal. That's a hard thing to say. Tongue twister. I live frugally to grind my passion, and that's literally my life. So, like, flaunting whatever the fuck you think you make is more of mine, which is laughable, by the way. Like, trying to, like, compare stacks with me is like, are you fucking kidding me? You started in life at the age of 24, dude. Fuck off my fucking dick right now. Like, you think that's gonna fucking make me mad? What makes me mad is I still have to fucking even mention you ever. Like, you're just a fucking parasite.
Now the robot's taking a beating out there. The robot better change tactics and fast.
That's what I mean, man, is like, people try to like show you they've changed, but they haven't actually changed the things that they needed to change. They've just like changed other things and like work around the things that they haven't changed. So he's like still this like insecure, narcissistic psychopath who has to prove to me that like he's doing so great just by reaching out to a guy that he met on the internet when he was in high school playing a SpongeBob game because he cares so much about what I think. Like, he sees this guy who's literally turned down massive money-making opportunities in life to commit to grinding a speedrun and thinks that he's gonna like flaunt his like supposed like paycheck that he gets because he works a fucking 9 to 5 just like every other person in the entire world. Like, congratulations, dude. You exercise and you work a 9 to 5. You just described 99% of the United States. Like, I fucking give a shit about whatever the fuck you're bragging about right now. Like, you know it's bad when, like, becoming a normal functioning member of society thinks that you have the bragging rights to come in my fucking DMs and talk shit to me and fucking comment on my cat's death in a disrespectful way. And then you think that I'm gonna have a serious conversation with you? Just a waste of my fucking time. Yeah, because it just comes, that's just what it comes down to, dude. I don't care if you're a multi-millionaire and you're sleeping with bitches every fucking day. You still think about the days when you were fucking doodle bobs, speedrunning the game, and getting all that attention for being decent at a game. Like, you just want to be revered, and that's the way you've always been. Money could never replace that, and I feel sorry for you. The fact that you even watch those videos speaks a lot.
Nice move by SpongeBob. This match is
And then
just
watch, right?
about over.
This is gonna get clipped and uploaded by Idiac and the other fucking weird farmers in that server. And then he's gonna see it and be like, he's still talking about me, bro. He's still talking about me. It's like the first time it's been mentioned, like, what, like half a year or something? I'm living rent-free in his head because it came up in conversation and he's like fucking roasting me on his stream. I don't fucking, like, the reason why I'm fucking talking about it is because I don't care, dude. If there were anything here that I thought was salvageable, I wouldn't talk about it. Why do you think I never talked shit about Jared when I knew damn well he was talking shit about me? Because I knew that he was fucking being lied to. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna wait for him to come to me. I'm not gonna make things worse. But yeah, like this guy's a fucking joke now. So now he's just in the past, and occasionally it comes up. I always love the argument that like these people like fuck with me so heavy, and then they get brought up every once in a while, and they're like, oh my god, he's still thinking about me. My god. Yes, dude, I'm relevant in some capacity in this speedrunning community that I, for some reason, care so much about when I claim not to. And by the way, I still boot up the game and play it, bro. I still love it. Like, what are you telling me this for? I don't care. Like, does that make me feel better? Like, I just want people to fucking move on, you know? I dream for the day where people no longer mention that name in this chat. Yeah, the cope is insane, bro. Like, more than once he's mentioned, like, I'm going to the gym and I'm getting jacked, dude. I've totally changed. Like, yeah, like, that's not just fucking cope. That's not just, like, masking your feelings and, like changing, you know? Like, I've changed, dude. I haven't done any work on my own personality, but I'm going to the gym. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for the comment about my cat, by the way.
Make myself a snack.
Real class act there. Like, imagine thinking you're gonna come to this conversation, like you're gonna bully me? Is that your plan? You're gonna bully SHiFT? Yeah, exactly. Do you even lift, bro? Like, literally, that's what it is. Like, yeah, I exercise as well, but I don't use it as an excuse to fucking be an abhorrent asshole, man. I've literally made athletic accomplishments, at least on the high school level, like, respectable accomplishments in athletics that, like, I'm not sitting here talking about it, like, every 2 seconds to prove to people that I'm a good person. Like, what the fuck even is that? Like, nobody really cares about how much you lift. Just stop being a dick. People who do that are so fucking annoying.
I'm going fishing for robots.
I don't know, the people, my point about bringing up the high school thing is, like, people who have actually accomplished anything athletically are not gonna brag about it like that. Like, when you've actually done something, you're not talking about the fact that you do it. I feel the need to bring it up. Yeah, but they make it their whole personality. The guy just like off the deep end, dude. Like, I feel kind of bad that he's just a loose cannon who just had to like act that way, but I also don't because he's a manipulator. Because like he always felt those things about me deep down, and you're just waiting for an opportunity to say them. So yeah, man, I don't know, dude. It's just my instinct to feel bad. Like, this could have been a guy who like didn't act that way, and he could have been like a nice community member of the game, or like could have been a successful streamer if he didn't have so much like shit going on in his head that was holding him back. But like at the end of the day. Just based on the last time that I was forced to fucking talk to him, just to calm him down, he was definitely not changed. If anything, he'd only gotten worse. Like, he knows the right thing to say to get what he wants, but he doesn't actually mean it. Yeah, like I said, people like that shouldn't be around here. As soon as he perceived in his head, like, I no longer need SHiFT in my corner because, like, I don't stream and I don't want to stream anymore, that's when I started getting treated the way he actually treats people. That's the same way that he was treating Jared at one point, Etan. I'm not saying Etan didn't deserve it, but, like, he just kind of treats people the same way. He, like, just dehumanizes people. He talks to and about them. You know what's interesting about friend groups like that is like there's usually bullying going on amongst everybody. Like whether two people's faces are behind people's backs. Like the group we were talking about earlier with the whole Vegas situation. The way that Kira described it is pretty much on point, where it's like nobody really liked each other. They kind of just had the commonality that they all like disliked me and felt like they were estranged from the community. And they were just looking for someone to make fun of to like feel better and like move up in the ranks of power in that server. So like, you know, one day Gamden's there and he's being made fun of, and next day he gets kicked and then he gets re-added, and then he's making fun of other people and they get kicked and re-added. And yeah. Well, Crayco, the thing is, he said that he's been taking, you know, like professional steps to work on whatever he has going on with himself, but that's not an excuse to relapse and act the same way. Like clearly the guy has problems, you know. But it's not, even if it is BPD or something like that, like it's not our responsibility to like put up with it. Like it's a shame, but like you're still a horrible person, you know, for choosing to do those things. Like there are plenty of people with BPD who don't do stuff like that. But yeah, acknowledging your faults and not working on them is not change. That's not actively growing. And you can tell when you talk to somebody that they've changed. Like, I know for a fact that Jared is not the same person he was 2 years ago. Without a doubt. And like, I have no stakes in this. Like, why would I be saying that if it weren't true, you know? But, if anything, Ringo has only gotten more fucking insufferable. From what I've seen and what I've talked to him. Like, there's still no explanation for, like, why he was, like, apparently in that new hate server. Like, it wasn't even, like, the old one, you know? He just, like, apparently joined that. He's like, oh, I don't know. Like, I was watching the videos and, like, maybe I just, like, misclicked or, like, it could have been anything, dude. Like, but, like, really, like, you had to go through the process of clicking on the link, then hitting join, and then, like, going back to it and leaving it at some point. You could have just said something like, I just wanted to check it out, but like just straight up lying like that. Yeah, he just lies a lot, dude. Jared and I both caught him in a bunch of lies the last time that we were all talking. I think that we all agree though, like, it's a guy that like just can't really take anything he says at face value. You can't take anything he says at face value. Very similar to IDIAC in that regard. There's like usually like half a truth. Yeah, I mean like again, like it's my fault, dude, because when I was like 23, 24, I was a really bad judge of character. And I had a lot of people like that surrounding me, not just him, who like I thought they were my good friends, but they deep down they just were not. Really, they would never have been my friend if I weren't good at SpongeBob and had a stream. Bottom line, like they weren't real friends to me. And I just didn't really understand how to like differentiate. It's literally my fault, dude. Because if somebody's an animal, you can't really expect them to change. You just gotta deal with the animal. Yeah, but like, you can't really grow from the experience if you don't acknowledge the fault. Like, the root of the issue is that I was a bad judge of character.
The graveyard.
Are adult friendships transactional? I mean, I guess. I think that everything is transactional if you really want to, like, boil it down, but like, I'm not, like, consciously thinking about that, you know. If you want to like get philosophical, like, yeah, you know, like part of a relationship, like intimate or not, is you give a little bit, the other person gives a little bit. If the person doesn't give back, that you draw back until you decide if they're trying to give more. That's kind of like how relationships work. Like, you're not going to be like, if you keep inviting somebody to do something and they keep rejecting you, you're not going to shower them with more invitations, you know? That's not really how that works. But it kind of like clicked with me like, holy shit, like, I know that this guy is talking shit behind my back and he has all these reservations against me. And I keep trying to like win him over by being nice to him. Because I know he doesn't like me. And like, I'm sure there are other people who are in that group who felt the same way as well. Like, this is the guy that everybody likes and I have to be on his good side, or it's, I don't know. I definitely was not like fearing like the retribution of him not liking me. I just like felt like I needed to have him as a friend because like people expected me to be a friend to him because of the whole like super acquaintances thing. Like, it would be a bad stain on the game if like the super acquaintances hated each other or something. I don't know, like I was just like obsessed with this like narrative that we built around the game over the years. Like, we're all buddies and we play the same game and like we're all gonna be like successful streamers, and yeah, I was fucking delusional. I'll be the first to admit that. And like, I did definitely try hard to encourage my friends to stream the game because I had that vision where we would all end up being like successful streamers of the game. And yeah, I realized that was pretty immature, and I'm not even really sure why I felt like that was necessary. I try to learn from my mistakes, I don't know, like adapt to what goes on. I don't know what that could possibly be referring to. I guess so, man. I mean, a lot of it, I mean, you gotta understand the stakes that I have in this, like, I care a lot about this game living long past the time that I'm around. You can't take money with you when you die, you know? You just gotta make enough of it to do everything that you want. Anything more than that is greed, or just being like a douchebag, I guess. Like, I'm a pretty, like, frugal person. Like, I don't really need a lot in this life, dude. I'm just happy to be alive. Just trying to play my game, man, and when I'm too old for that, you know, try to, like, make some kind of an impact on the community and give back to it. That's how people that's how most people should live, you know, like, I think that most people should be thinking about, like, getting the most out of it and then help other people get the most out of it, you know. That's how people still play fucking baseball. Yo, thanks. Have a good one. Yeah, I played horrible today. I don't even want to remember today. Today was just bad.
The graveyard.
I gave up a lot. Like I literally said earlier, I'm giving up. I literally gave up earlier. And since then, we had not gotten a single run, so... Give up, talk shit, whatever. Like... Maybe tomorrow the game will let me actually play. I don't know. Like, what am I supposed to do, man? This is a day where, like, it just wasn't happening. Yeah, I did see that. That's pretty fucking funny. I definitely geeked when I saw Pablo Sanchez pop onto the screen. The GOAT. That's fucking great. I didn't even know they made those. Everybody just wanted to play Pablo Sanchez. It was like nothing else mattered. The wheelchair guy was good too, though. But you don't remember his name, though. You just remember Pablo Sanchez. Had like, he was the fucking min-maxed character. Like, he was literally just a fucking gamer. Yeah, but those two were definitely the best ones. Pete Wheeler, yeah. Yeah, but like, Burb, I realized that when I was 25. So I'm doing good, dude. Like, I realized this shit way earlier than a lot of people realize it, I think. That, like, the time that I invested in the people who don't care and never will is better spent on people who do care, and we are all more successful focusing on one another instead of the people who will never be convinced. I realized that shit when I was 25, dude. And it is life-changing. It is absolutely life-changing. And then, like, you'll have people who act like, what's wrong, bro? Like, why can't it be like it used to be? Or, like, what can I do to win you back? It's like, there's nothing you can do to win me back. Like, I'm just over it. Like, I really don't care about how much you care. Like, put it this way, like, there are a lot of people who care about me. But there are also a lot of people who care about me who didn't do the shit that you did. So that automatically disqualifies you. And in some rare cases, I will be like, you know what, like, I like the person you've become and I'm down to, like, rebuild this friendship, you know? Like, that's like, we're cool, you know? But I don't owe anybody anything, bro. Like, I don't fucking owe anybody shit. And I have plenty of people surrounding me to the point where, like, I don't need to accept that treatment from people or even, like, have to, like, think about the fact that it happened at some point and wonder if it'll happen again. Yeah. Here. This one's decent. You can watch that. One of my friendship was only congruent to how much I play video games with them. Bingo, dude! That's literally the super acquaintances in a nutshell. And when I turned 25, I'm like, why am I trying to force this relationship? Like, if these are my real friends, like, they don't need to be playing SpongeBob. They don't need to be, like, doing this and that with me or whatnot. Like they're just my friends, and, like, if they're really my friends, they'll stick around, and, like, we'll still be able to chat and talk, like, despite not being actively involved in the same speedrun. And, like, you know, like, I'm not saying I'm, like, best buds with, like, Red Moss, for example, but, like, we get along enough, and we're detached enough from this shit where we can just be, like, civil and, like, enjoy each other's company in person. You know, like, and Jared is, like, you know, like, we had our differences. We've had multiple times over the years that we've disagreed on things and come back together, so it wasn't that hard to, like, you know, like, start a new leaf with him, but that fucking, like, Ringo Tongo guy, man. Like, he had an opportunity to really make me look like an asshole, I think, but instead of acting like a normal person, like, he just freaked out on me because I was talking about shit that he did to me that I didn't like. Like, acting like it was all good, you know. Like, that sealed the deal. Like, leading off with the comment about my cat. Wild, bro. Like, that's what you choose to open this conversation and show me that you changed. I'm simply talking about the things that you did to me. Because people were curious, but yeah, whatever, bro. People just don't want to reap what they've sown. Yeah, and I've had that too, man. Like, people who get mad at you for being yourself. Like, that's like what you sign up for is like... I hate, like, I don't want to keep using Jared as an example because I know he doesn't want to be involved in any of this shit. So, like, I don't think this is really a dramatic thing that I'm bringing up, but, like, he's kind of been somebody who, like, most of the time, he's like, yeah, I get it. Like, most of the times when we talk, SHiFT's usually working on something in the background. And, you know, like, likewise, like, I'm aware of the same thing that I do, where I'm like, you know, I don't want to be, like, I want to, like, give you my undivided attention when I'm talking to you. I don't want to be, like, working on some bullshit and, like, half listening, you know? Because then I feel like an asshole. Like, I think that, like, the two of us have, like, thought a lot about, like, what went wrong, and, like, we can come back together and, like, figure it out, you know? But yeah, that's a rare occasion when people are, like, able to do that. Yeah, and, like, I thank God that Jared isn't like that, dude. Like, I really thank God that, like I actually did have a really good friend in my corner all those years who didn't turn out to be an asshole. Cause like I know exactly how that would feel, you know? Exactly, dude. Like you just like show this person like every aspect of your life and they're just like secretly talking about you behind your back. I mean, I didn't show Jackson as much as I showed Jared, but like I still showed him enough to feel very betrayed by what he did to me. But the part that really felt cold to me, that made me realize like how fucked up I was as a person, was that I didn't even like flinch when it happened. When people were saying like, did you see what he was saying about you in that server, like the fact that he was there? I had already like removed him from my moderator list because I figured he might even be like reading that shit and sending it to them. Like, I just had the sneaking suspicion that he was doing this shit or that he was involved. Without even literally knowing, I just suspected that he was doing that shit to me. I couldn't even tell you a reason why, other than just like, I just knew. I just fucking knew it. And then like lo and behold, like literally he's in there doing that shit. And at that point, like, I'm never doubting my instincts ever again when it comes to people. Like, I'm actually an amazing judge of character, and I don't know, like, what happened, dude. I literally think that, like I was gifted this, like, divine grace to, like, sniff out bullshit, bro. And I didn't have that until I turned, like, 25 or so, and I really started to connect the dots on, like, who was lying to me and who wasn't. And, like, my bullshit sniffer is, like, fucking insane now, after dealing with all this shit. Like, I sensed that shit a mile away, like, this guy Ringo is gonna fucking do some shit to me. Like, he's probably even talking to these people who are starting all these problems, and, like, I'm just waiting for the moment when it comes to light, and then it fucking happened, and, like, I'm like, alright, cool. So now I can actually confront it. Like, that's like literally what it is like, we already knew this was happening, now I can just like, take out the trash. And the fact that it was like, so obvious to me, and I still didn't do anything about it, makes me hate myself. Like, I knew the whole time. And like, it was a rough spot for me too, cause like, then I had verifiable proof, like, okay, so this is what happened, like, Ringo was fucking telling Jared some bullshit about me, and then, you know, he fucking confronted me about his grievances, but like, to be fair, and Jared agrees, like, he was responsible for the stuff that he said, and his own thoughts and opinions, but it's a gray area where, like, again, like, I don't appreciate that Ringo was talking behind my back, but a lot of people were talking about me behind my back at the time. The unforgivable thing was the whole server bullshit, and then continuing to talk about me behind my back as he was actively apologizing, saying he was going to change. So that was the unforgivable. And then he's like, oh, it's been so long since this happened, dude. Like, no, like twice last year, maybe even 3 times, and then this year again, like, you're doing this shit. Like, oh, it's since the last time you did this. Like, if it's a periodic every 6 months thing, like, how far away actually was it? Productive accountability, like preparing for, I don't know. I just, like, I think I said it to him the first time he did this shit to me. I'm like, I'm not mad at you for like, doing this to me in this server. Like, I'm just using it as a lesson to not make this mistake again. I'm just using this as a lesson in my life to, like, never have a fucking friend as shitty as you ever again. Like, I've genuinely grown from this. And then meanwhile, he's still fucking reaching out to me because he saw me talking about him in a rage compilation, which speaks for itself, the fact that he's even watching that shit. Like, I'm so mad at you for talking about things that I literally did. And he tried to deny that he was reaching out to me, trying to be my friend, when he's like, yo, bro, K-Dot just dropped some shit. Like, I'm not on these kinds of terms with you. I will accept your condolences about my cat dying, I'm not gonna have a casual conversation about hip-hop with you. Absolutely not. That's absolutely in the category of trying to be my friend, and I was well within my right to say that. But now I can't even accept his condolences on Sonny because he fucking said the abhorrent, nasty shit that he did when he fucking opened that conversation with me. And then he tried to backpedal and gaslight and say like, no, I didn't mean it that way, man. Like, I had to ask somebody because I'm like, I'm not crazy, right? Like, what he said about my cat is not okay. And he's like, yeah, dude, that's bugged. Like, he shouldn't have said that. And the guy that I asked is not a yes man. He had no reason to agree with me, so. Navigating all the haters and yes men and backstabbers is the life of a streamer, dude. If you want to have any kinds of genuine friendships on the internet, which is why I kind of just don't even try anymore. I reconnected with my IRL friends like a few years ago during the pandemic. It made me realize, I mean, I talked about this one of these guys too, like, it made us realize, like, you know, this one in particular I've known since high school. We're like, yeah, we gotta like cherish our friendships and the fact that we can like see each other in person and stuff like that, you know. I think that my only regret at the end of the day, as far as that friendship went, is that he's the one who got to meet Sonny and Jared didn't. Not to put Jared in the middle of this, but like, the fact that I made such an effort to like have him like visit my place and like stay with my family in like multiple different spots, like could literally anybody but him, bro. Like. And I think that I'm well within my right to say that because he fucking made the comment of like saying, oh, I reached out because your dead cat got you feeling low counts, bro. Like, you are a disgusting fucking person. I mean, you're supposed to turn the other cheek, but like, man. Imagine somebody said that about your child, dude. Imagine, like, how that would make you feel. I don't care who says it, but somebody who actually was in person, like, holding him and petting him. There's no coming back from that, man. You're on my shit list forever if you ever want to try to fucking speedrun again. Maybe you weren't before, but you are now. I think I've made pretty clear that my priority is bfbb and speedrunning. So, if I have any kind of influence in those realms, like, that's all I need, I'm happy. Just make these places better. That's all we can really ask for. I'm not a greedy person. Yeah, and The Incredibles. I'm not a greedy person, man. I know where my place is. You don't want to fly so high that you touch the sun. You got a good community. I want to keep it that way. I'm sure as hell not letting people like that come anywhere near this shit ever again, as long as I'm around. Anyway, it's funny because, like, I really do think this is genuinely an interesting conversation, talking about, like, who to tell who your real friends and who aren't, but, like, that was one of the defining moments that helped me realize, like, who to surround myself with, and, like, I feel like it's always going to be, like, a back and forth where, like, that example gets brought up and talked about, and then he fucking bitches at me in my DMs, and then we just, you know, again, like, it happened, man. Like, I'm just talking about my life experiences, and, you know, like, if you have a problem with that, you know, maybe the next time you join a community, don't do that to people. Because, you know, like, we did the same fucking thing to E10 for all those years, for doing far less severe shit. So, like, it's kind of, you know, like, you expect me to be any better? Like, you were literally hanging out with me, you know how petty I am. You know that I talk about the past and shit, so, like, Now you're just a part of that scrapbook of examples of shitty people that I will use to teach my community not to be pieces of shit. You could think whatever you want of that because your opinion doesn't matter. Alright, this day was a wash. I wanted to practice for a little bit to make up for it, but... there's no making up for how bad this was, honestly. I'm not really sure what the problem is, but I'm gonna try to refocus tomorrow. Could have been something I ate. I don't know. I got a bunch of stuff that I have to do now. But I'll try to be on here as early as I can. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I already like gave up so much like earlier in the stream. I already had given up. So it doesn't, giving up feels worse than, I think that's really what I got out of today. I'd rather be sitting here raging my fucking head off than give up and waste my night. So tomorrow, I think I'm just gonna allow myself to get mad again because this was unproductive and stupid. Like ultimately, this was just not. This probably wasn't a good idea, just like giving up. Because I didn't get any runs, I didn't go anywhere. I just kind of felt like I wanted one day just like not get myself mad, so. I'll be back to getting pissed tomorrow, if I have to. Ideally I don't have to, so I can just actually get runs and not be stuck, but yeah. See you then, thanks for watching.